Good evening, everyone. I call to order the August 27th, 2025 regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Mr. Tavera, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Chair Aiken?
Here.
Vice Chair Chang?
Here, and I'm alone in the room.
Commissioner Heckman?
Here.
Commissioner James?
Here.
Commissioner G?
Here.
Commissioner Peterson?
Here.
Commissioner Templeton?
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. First item of business is, do we have any public comment for items that are not on the agenda? Mr. Tavera, do we have any comment cards?
Through the chair, I have not received any comment cards or any raised hands on Zoom for general public comment at this moment.
Thank you very much. Assistant Director Armour, will you review whether there are any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
Thank you. All right, we'll begin with city official reports. Ms. Armour.
Thank you, and good evening. Jennifer Armour, Assistant Director of Planning. And I'll pull up my PowerPoint slides here in a moment to give us a sense of upcoming meetings and recent activity at Council. So next slide. First, want to make sure that you all are reminded of the Boards and Commissions recognition event occurring tomorrow evening, and I hope that all of you are able to attend. Then on September 6th, we are planning to have our retreat at the Mitchell Park Community Center, Adobe Room, from 10 to noon. And on September 10th will be your next regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting. And at this time, the items scheduled for that meeting include the first discussion of the San Antonio Road Area Plan update, an update on that effort, and the South Palo Alto Bike Ped connectivity review concept design alternatives. Next slide. For upcoming activities at Council on September 8th, City Council will have a couple of relevant items on consent calendar. The El Camino Real retail preservation nodes, as recommended by Planning and Transportation Commission, will be going. No need for a PTC liaison to attend since there won't be any discussion. It'll just be on consent, but wanted to provide you that update. And the 400 Mitchell Lane CUP, also recommended by the PTC, will also be on consent. Same thing there. And then also to let you know that we have received another PHC pre-screening application for 414 California Avenue, which will be discussed at that meeting. On September 15th, also a consent calendar item that may be of interest to the Planning Commission is information about our first year of the rental registry. And so look to see that, that staff report being published in the coming weeks. And on September 29th, the work plans for the Planning Transportation Commission, Architectural Review Board, and Historic Resources Board will all be on consent calendar for City Council consideration. That concludes my report, but I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions, anyone? Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Armour, for the presentation. I was actually wondering, what is the rental registry? I'm not familiar with that.
So this is an effort that started, the registry opened last year for its first year, and it is a requirement for any multifamily housing of 3 units or more to register with the city. And it is an opportunity for us to gather data about the rental properties in the city. And so this is the first year of operation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is Senior Engineer Rios with us?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Arias, Senior Engineer with the Office of Transportation, here to just provide some updates on and some upcoming items. We typically share the collision data for you for the city, and I didn't have it in time. It's not yet available for the upcoming meeting, but we plan to have it prior to your next meeting. The next payback meeting is on September 9th, and that's usually we get it from that's part of that agenda. So it should be ready before your next meeting, and I'll share it as soon as I get it. As Jennifer mentioned, the South Palo Alto Bike Connectivity Project will be coming to this commission on September 10th. And then a couple other items. Crescent Park Traffic Calming Project will come. Right now it's targeted for September 24th. And then also the next iteration of the Bicycle Pedestrian Transportation Plan update is targeted for November 12th. Couple of other projects updates, the Churchill Avenue Enhanced Bikeway project. Our Department of Transportation has handed it off to Public Works for construction, and that project has started. I forgot to mention the rail committee, the council rail committee is their next meeting's on September 16th with a couple of discussion items around quiet zones. And I believe they're going to be looking at the 15% grade separation plans. So that'll be an interesting meeting. And then also to update, with the start of the school year, our Safe Routes to School team is also going to be starting the elementary school bike rodeo education program. Those are the updates I have, and available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. That's a very entertaining report. Lots going on.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes. I wanted to ask you about a difficult subject that is part of the transportation updates. How are the city officials, either council or this body, being updated about incidents, collisions on the railroad track? Because you did not mention those.
Good question. I think I know what you're alluding to, and I'll bring that up with our chief transportation official and have a formal response. I know, yeah, that's not.
Yeah, it's a sensitive subject. I think the way it's relevant to our work is the same way that the rail updates are relevant to our work and our need to communicate the urgency to the decision makers. So if there's anything that we can do in terms of analysis or support to help move those projects forward and the timeline up, let us know, please. Thank you.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rios, I was wondering if I know that one of the city council committees was looking into some of the impacts of RVs. I was wondering if there's any information about that, specifically around the impacts on like Park Boulevard as a bike route, or if that ever comes back to us in any form.
I mean, I don't know, Raphael, if you'd like to respond or not, but I was going to jump in and just share that there was, I believe it was Policy and Services Committee meeting at the beginning of this week discussing it. And that is a meeting that is, I believe, available online. And so a recording of that meeting is available if anyone's interested in going back and hearing that discussion. And it will be going back to council based on the recommendation from that meeting.
But it doesn't come to us about.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Not at this time.
Thank you, Jennifer. I was about to mention the Policy and Services Committee, but I didn't have anything in addition to that. So.
Thank you both. Any other questions for Mr. Rios? All right, then. That concludes the official reports. I believe we're ready to move on to action item number 2. This is the recommendation on an applicant's request for approval of a vesting tentative map at 70 Encina Avenue. Since this is a quasi judicial item, does anyone have anything to disclose? No? All right, then we're ready for the staff presentation.
Good evening. My name is Emily Callis. I am a senior planner and I am the project planner for the 70 Encina tentative map project. The project request is for a tentative map for a single lot condominium subdivision to merge two existing lots and create 10 condo units on the resulting 12,119 square foot parcel at Encina Avenue. The existing parcel is code compliant. This tentative map is associated with a recently approved project that was zoned through the planned home zoning PHZ process. The map also meets the Title 21, which is consistent with the California Subdivision Map Act requirements. As a reminder, there are 7 findings that the map must meet in the negative. For example, the first one, that the proposed map is not consistent with the applicable general and specific plans. Of course, it must be found to be consistent. Additionally, because this project was included as a condominium project when it was going through the planned home zoning process, it was analyzed for the California Environmental Quality Act under section 15183, which is the comprehensive plan consistency at the time that the formal application was under review. The recommended motion is for the Planning and Transportation Commission to recommend approval of the tentative map to the City Council based on findings and subject to conditions of approval. This is a nice quick presentation. The applicant has opted not to give a presentation, but is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Callis. Does anyone have clarifying questions first? No? Since the applicant is not presenting. There we go. Commissioner James.
Just clarifying questions. You had a little a plan there that was I was not on the commission when this first came, but I've seen it. In the report, I think it says that there is, let me see if I can find it. There is no approved plan. What is that? I'm sorry. Is that correct? There is no adopted specific plan for this project site?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the finding mentions the general plan, which of course is our comprehensive plan, and there are no specific plans that apply to this property.
But there was a conceptual plan, wasn't there? When
So
it's first...
specific plan is referring to maybe what we would call an area plan, coordinated area plan, that sort of thing. There is an adopted development proposal
Okay.
And planning entitlement that was approved by council in April.
Right. And just for my information, how would we expect what is built to largely reflect what that plan is? Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Anytime we have a planning entitlement, the building permit application must be found to be in substantial conformance with those plans.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner James. Anyone else? Since we have no applicant presentation, I don't know if there is any discussion you would like to have, but we'll open it up.
Through the chair, maybe we invite public comment in general, just to confirm there aren't any comments, or if there are.
Very good. Yes. Given the lack of applicant, I skipped a step there. Mr. Tavera, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, through the chair, at this moment, we have 2 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Herb Beebe.
Chair Aiken and commissioners, the draft record of land use action indicates that this application is on behalf of Stormland LLC. Over the tentative map, a copy of which is available to the public on a table, although it hasn't been signed by the surveyor, indicates that the owner developer is Town and Country Development Company LLC. And I believe the record of land use action should connect those two different names. That is, if one is just another name for the beneficial owner who requested the tentative map, that's one thing. But based upon the discussion before the council on the development project, if Ellis Partners or the owner CEP Town and Development LLC has made some purchase or some agreement, we should know that. So need to relate those two identities in the record of land use action.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Next.
Our next speaker is Lopez. Lopez, you may now speak.
How are you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for all of your service that you've given to us, especially in the city. You've helped all of our cases, and I hope you give the best decision for this case today. Thank you. It was just a short comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kiran. Kiran, you may now speak.
We are having difficulty hearing you. If you could take a look at your equipment and try again. I'm sorry, we're still having difficulty understanding you.
Actually, we cannot hear you.
And Kieran appears to have dropped off the list. Let's see if Kieran returns. So we'll give another 30 seconds or so, and then if that's not resolved, we'll move on.
And while we wait through the chair, I've received no other requests to speak.
Thank you. All right. I'd say enough time has elapsed that we should move on. Now that we've received public comment, is there discussion among the commissioners, and particularly any response to comments?
Through the chair, if I may recommend that any questions for the applicant occur first, in case there are any.
I see no questions. I did want to follow up on Mr. Bullock's comment. Is there anything there that we need to resolve?
Regarding the two comments, the surveyor is not required to sign the map until the final map. This is the tentative map, but it was prepared by a surveyor. And then we will check the record of land use for any potential discrepancies between the owner of record and the application form as it was signed before it goes to council for approval.
All right. Would you like to have us take note of that in the motion?
That's not necessary. We will make sure that that information is accurate.
Good. Thank you. Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So I'm supportive of the staff recommendation, but I have 4 suggested revisions for the record of land use decision. The first appears on packet page 16. This is finding number 1. And I think we have sort of a form that we use whenever a tentative map comes to us. And last time we had one, I had the same comment. You see both findings 1 and 2 refer to the general and specific plans. Our current finding 1 only refers to the general plan. Our response to the required finding, if you look at our response to required finding 2, we first say there's no specific plan, and then we talk about the general plan. So I think the first sentence in finding 2, there is no adopted specific plan for this project site, has to be copied into the response to finding 1 so that finding 1 is self-sufficient. Next is on packet page 20. So now we're in the conditions of approval. Condition 4, I think this was cut and pasted from a different kind of project, I think, because this one is referring to tenants, trash pickup, and townhomes. So this is as I understand it, a 10-unit condominium project. It may or may not have tenants. But I think staff needs to look at that, and it's a CC&R requirement provision. Staff needs to look at that and just make it applicable, however that is, to this particular project. Then the item immediately below it, private street naming, item 5. I don't believe that there's a driveway in the middle of these 10 condos. I don't think that's going to be a private street. I don't remember that. If it is, then that's fine. If that's just a common shared driveway and there is no private street, then item 5 should be deleted. And finally, section 7, and this again is part of our form that I believe the form needs to be corrected. Then I won't have to bring this up again. So the last sentence of Section 7 talks about getting an extension of this map approval. And what it's intended to say is you have to request the extension before the expiration date. But the way it reads says you have to get the extension approved before the expiration date, which is not the intended meaning, or I don't think consistent with law. And so to correct that, in the third from last line, after the word subdivide or comma, just add the word submitted. So it's submitted prior to the expiration, and that will clarify it, and I think and harmonize it with the intent. So with those 4 suggested changes, I'm prepared to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation, unless there are other comments from the commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Any further comments? Please make a motion.
I move the staff recommendation with staff to consider the 4 suggested changes to the land use action record suggested in my comments.
I'll second. Mr. Tavera, then we call the roll.
Commissioner Templeton,
I'm not ready to vote. I wanted to discuss it, but if we're already voting,
Oh, I feel perfectly comfortable postponing, but I saw no light.
sorry, well, yeah, you were really quick this time. Thank you for being quick, but my question was still being formed in my mind. The question I have, is it in order for me to ask my question, or do we have to do anything different? Is it okay?
I believe we can proceed with the discussion.
Okay. The only question that still remains for me, and I brought this up when it came to us earlier, is that the site, like is there any other residential, like it's very surrounded by commercial? I know it's a block away from the school, the high school, but I'm thinking about all the different ways it would take to get to elementary schools, and I'm thinking about the lack of neighbors. And the justification for meeting suitability for this type of development is that we put it on the housing inventory site. But I don't know if that is enough for me. I'm trying to understand, and I was wondering if maybe staff could help clarify why this tiny, tiny, tiny island of residential would be in such a massive commercial area. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And I'll start just by saying that I think you hit on really the core of it, the fact that this was adopted as a housing site in our housing element and is therefore now part of our comprehensive plan, the plan for land development in the city.
And whose responsibility is it, and when does it occur for us to figure out how, if a family were to live there, they would get their children safely to school?
So
I'm not talking about the high school across the street, obviously.
right. And so I would say that the response to that is just generally part of all of our efforts to make safe routes in our community, bike and pedestrian facilities.
So we'll
There
be
are
adding
some,
those? Because
And-
there's currently no residential there.
and so it becomes more of a need as that is true. We also do have pedestrians, regardless of whether there's residential there or not.
Yes, and is there any, I guess what I'm trying to understand is our scope is just saying yes or no, this should go forward. But there's a whole bunch of questions when we're building in an area that has no other residential. And I'm thinking about my personal anecdotes I'm hearing from my family and friends about safety for children there. Are we going to change the policing? Are we going to have better pedestrian and bike access, as you mentioned? Like this is all, how are we just separating this from the approval? It's just something that the city will figure out later?
I would say in a general sense with any of these developments, there are certain types of connections and improvements that we can require as part of a development. You're right. And then there are others that go beyond the scope of what we are legally allowed to require as improvements that are beyond the property. So there are some that we can require, there's some that go beyond. And that is the value, I would say, of some of the long-range planning projects and our transportation division's projects to try and update some of the plans that we have for future projects and identify where improvements are needed when they can't be done as a requirement of a development, or have things like an area plan where it does envision what those improvements would be so that it can be part of the requirement of future development.
You nailed it. That's exactly what's in my mind right now is how do we how do we envision this as a new neighborhood? Because it
Right.
doesn't make any sense to have this one thing out there by itself with no planning, no coordinated effort. And so I would like to know, is that something we can suggest to council, or how does that process go about? And are there other parcels nearby that are also designated for development of housing?
At this time, I'm not aware of other parcels nearby that are designated. However, there could be in the future. There are situations like San Antonio Road Area Plan where we saw some applications coming in. We designated some sites for future housing development. And we said, okay, there's going to be a lot of change here. We need to do an area plan. There are limitations on how much we can do at any one time.
Yeah.
And so the council then has to prioritize. But I have heard your suggestion. I would say that there are probably still a few other places like El Camino Real and California Avenue that might be determined to have a higher priority by council for area plans.
Yeah,
But
but there's
this is another
residential there
one-
already.
But this is another one that can be kind of as a potential when we have the capacity to do the next one.
Well, we definitely need housing, and if it's part of the housing opportunity plan that the council's already approved, I guess that's a place that the city stands behind building residential. But I would encourage the planning staff to think about this kind of isolation, given some of the other topics we talked about that are happening in our community. Last thing we want to do is have people come in and feel isolated. They need to be part of the city. And so I really encourage us to think about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Dr. Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. So on this street, when we originally brought this forward, I talked about there's a walkway to the bike path by the Caltrain tracks, which is basically the main access from that site to anywhere else, and that the pathway is incomplete. You can't walk to the bike path by the Caltrain without walking out into the street, through the gutter, puddles. There's not really good drainage there. And I found out recently there is another housing across the street, only because my daughter has a good friend, lives right across the street. And it's actually, I think, 150 units or 50. It's a large number.
What's the
of units.
intersection?
It's, there's an affordable housing unit right across the street.
The Opportunity Center.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's actually a highly occupied street there. There's a lot of residents there, and because it's the Opportunity Center, there's a lot of young adults that go to school from that location. So I just want to piggyback on what you're saying, Commissioner Templeton, and encourage staff to look at that that throughway for that street, which is becoming a fairly nice residential street of affordable housing, to the walkway along the Caltrain. Thank you.
Thank you both. That was a worthwhile discussion. Any other comments or questions? All right, then. I believe we can proceed with the motion that's on the table if everyone is ready. All right, it's been moved and seconded, so I believe it's time to call the roll.
Yep. Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Aiken,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. All right, I believe we are ready for action item number 3, the recommendation on adopting a draft ordinance updating the municipal code with regard to stream corridor protection. May we begin with the staff presentation?
Thank you. Yes, we have Kelly Cha, Senior Planner, who is online and will be providing the staff presentation this evening.
Good evening. Is everybody okay with audio? Should I start the presentation?
Yes, we can
Yes.
see it now.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Kelly Cha. I'm here virtually to present the draft stream corridor protection ordinance. Tonight, staff is asking the Planning and Transportation Commission to recommend that the City Council adopt a draft ordinance which updates Palo Alto's existing stream corridor protection ordinance. This effort is one of the City Council's priority objectives and will also be implementing comprehensive plan policy and programs. To refresh everyone's memory, staff started this project in early 2024. We conducted an initial community meeting and published an existing conditions report before holding a study session with the PTC. In October 2024, staff received extensive feedback from the PTC on the draft ordinance, which included requests for additional outreach and community feedback. So staff conducted a community meeting in February of this year. And from that meeting, we have received a lot of comments and feedback from the community. Staff decided to take a little bit of a step back and review the draft ordinance more comprehensively to address all of the concerns. So just to provide some more background, staff and project team have found that different types of streams exist in Palo Alto, ranging from natural creeks to hardened and channelized creeks that are more prevalent in the southern part of Palo Alto. As mentioned, we have conducted various community engagement activities, including reaching out to the neighborhood association and hosting a virtual community session. We also held a stakeholder meetings with several regional agencies and nonprofit organizations. And sent out courtesy mail notices to properties located close to streams to let them know about this effort. And in addition to those community engagement, staff conducted a hybrid community workshop in February of this year. A total of 63 attendees participated in this meeting and provided feedback on the draft ordinance at the time. The feedback ranged from concerns about security and safety to issues related to the exception process. However, we also heard support for a larger setback from community members in the South Palo Alto areas. This was due to a development project close to a creek that they felt was too small of a setback, which was the slope stability protection area requirement. As previously mentioned, staff took the time to review the draft ordinance in more detail and more comprehensively to address the feedback we've heard from both the PTC and the community. To provide some comparison to the existing regulations, I'll go over the sections separately to identify the differences. For applicability section, most of the existing applicability carries over to the draft ordinance, but it also adds one more criterion that aims to capture some residential developments that are not subject to discretionary review, but are still located or still will be located close to a stream. The exemption section adds more conditions, including retaining walls, ADUs, and junior ADUs, as well as single-family homes adjacent to San Francisco Creek and fronting on Edgewood Drive. Staff also added service roads and paved public trails to one of the existing exemptions to address the Commission's feedback from October 2024 hearing. For the slope stability protection area, because it is related to bank stability and safety, especially during flood events, the same requirements carried over to the draft ordinance. However, in the open space and rural area and baylands area, the setback distance, the set distance of the slope stability protection area was expanded to 30 feet instead of 20. This was done because staff combined the what we initially proposed for the riparian corridor with the slope stability protection area. And it is also consistent with the comprehensive plan policy, which talks about 30 feet of critical habitat area. The main change to the draft ordinance is establishing the stream side setback. Staff recommends a single setback for the urbanized area as well as the open space and rural area in the Baylands area, unlike the previous version, which had different distance, setback distance for different types of streams. The recommendation for the urbanized area is 30 feet, which is the minimum distance recommended by the project team's biologists for bank stability and sediment control. To address some of the concerns regarding the exception process for single-family homes, staff added a condition that would allow some, excuse me.
We've lost you, Ms. Cha.
I'm sorry. Let me start. To address some of some of the, oops, sorry. I apologize for that. So to address some of the concerns regarding the exception process for single-family homes, staff added a condition that would allow some lots to apply 30 feet instead of 150 feet within the open space and rural area in the Baylands area. In addition to setback, there are standards related to vegetation. Oh, sorry. Vegetation, fences, and structures and improvements within the stream side setback area. And the exception process established as part of this draft ordinance includes conditions that state no reasonable alternatives exist for the property, and property has special circumstances in environmental assessment that would also propose mitigations must be prepared. So while reviewing some of the public comments received after the staff report was published, staff discovered that the proposed threshold of 20,000 square feet in lot size to allow a smaller setback within the open space and rural area in the Baylands area might not capture all of the impacted parcels. These are mostly single-family homes in the RE zoning district that have significant constraints with the proposed setback of 150 feet. So staff is requesting that the PTC consider modifying this threshold to 1 acre or 43,560 square feet, which is the minimum lot size for the RE zoning district. So that concludes the staff presentation. Kevin Gardner, our consultant from Good City Company, and I are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cha. Does anyone have clarifying questions? Commissioner Heckman, then Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of clarifying questions that at least one of them addresses one of the concerns I read in a number of the public comments, and so I thought it might be good to get this clarification out before the public comment. And that has to do with fences. I saw a number of the public comments are concerned about the parts of the proposed ordinance that talk about new fences. And I saw that language, and initially I was concerned about it until I looked at, let's see, on package page 40, non-complying facilities, any facilities including fences rendered legal or legal non-conforming or non-complying by this section shall be subject to 18.70, which covers requirements for maintenance, repair, and replacement. So my reading of this was, if I had a property near a creek with no fence and I wanted to build a fence, that's a new fence. And so the new fence requirements apply. But if I have a property near a creek with a fence and I want to replace that fence, then this section applies, and I think the rules may be different. But I'd like staff to maybe explain that because I do expect we'll hear some comments about the new fence provisions from the public.
That is correct. So the existing fences, if they are if there are fences there already in the properties, they would be able to maintain and repair according to the non-compliant facilities chapters as well as replacement. And I believe the condition in the existing regulations is that for replacement, as long as you're not expanding non-conformity, I believe you can replace them. So that's the condition there. For any new fences, they would have to comply with the draft ordinance once adopted.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cha. And then the other question on packet page 26, in the open space and rural areas, the slope stability protection area is going to be 30 feet or 2-to-1 landward from the toe of bank, whichever is greater. And I couldn't figure out what that, I understand what 30 feet means, but I didn't understand the other thing. And so maybe somebody could explain how that's calculated. I don't know if we have a diagram that might be helpful, but I can't figure it out.
I can jump in just to start. Basically, the idea is that in most cases, a 20-foot setback is going to be appropriate. But in some cases, if you have a creek that has really shallow sloped edges, right, that then extends further. And so it has to do, or if it's very steep, that we want to have something that is measured in a way to protect the appropriate area, with an understanding that sometimes the slope of the banks is different. I don't know whether, I was partly starting to answer in case Kelly or Kevin have a diagram that we might share to illustrate this. I believe I've seen it in some of our guidance documents, but it has to do with that, a recognition that the slope of the bank changes. And so having a just setback sometimes isn't enough.
Okay, so I don't want to hang this up here on that. But let me just suggest as this goes to council, maybe in the staff report, you could provide a diagram so that council can have a visual aid to help them understand it. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
So just to clarify, the diagrams on packet page 34 and 35 were insufficient for you?
Yeah, I'm looking for something to help me calculate. For example, this is with a defined bank and without, right? But I don't know if that's the same as 30 foot versus the result of a 2-to-1 calculation.
All right, so we would need the 2-to-1 triangles illustrated there as well as a 30-foot limit.
Yeah, just something so that the council knows what they're approving.
Okay, Mr. Templeton.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is kind of specific and one is about an area of the city. The fence thing, I'm struggling with it because of the homes that are in the city along the creek. You know, I'm imagining a scenario in which we were living in economic hardship where it's hard for people to make ends meet, and then they need to wander and figure out how they're going to do that, and might be thinking about crime and might be thinking about ways to get easier access to people's homes and might travel through the creeks. So in that scenario, if someone were to own a home and find that was happening more frequently, would we still be like, no, you can't have a fence?
So I will see whether Kelly does have an answer to that, but I can start by saying that we aren't prohibiting fences
They
to
require
prepare
an
the backyard.
exception? or-
It may require an exception. If you're in the hillsides, it may be required to be wildlife friendly, but then closer to the home, you'd be allowed to have a solid fence if you needed that for security. If you're in the urban area, there may be a setback in terms of the slope stability area or an exception required for that, depending on where you want to place the fence. But
Yeah, the other scenario I'm thinking about is if someone did want to place that fence, how much space would be required between their house and the fence on some of these distances? It could be pretty tight. And so I'm just trying to imagine from the perspective of a homeowner there, like how do they get relief for that? Is that again an exception request?
so it may be an exception request. Kelly, if you wanted to talk, I know we had some exceptions on this topic.
So, if they would like to go as close to the stream and within the slope stability area, we have a separate exception process that requires some mitigation study and approval of Public Works Director. But that is the same requirements that we're carrying over from the existing regulations. If they would like to install new fences within the stream side setback area that are outside of the slope stability, then they are able to build them as long as they comply with our fence chapter. If they would like, I mean, there are distances and how close they can, but we're allowing them to install new fences within the stream side setback area. So as long as they are not requesting to be in the slope stability protection area, they wouldn't have to go through even permit process unless the height of the fence is taller than 7 feet.
And I will add to that as well, that if you look at packet page 36, there currently is an exemption listed for single-family properties along San Francisco Creek and fronting on Edgewood Drive, based on the previous discussion. So this is something that could be discussed further tonight. It does not, it still applies, the slope stability still applies, but the increased regulations that are being proposed by this ordinance would not apply if that is what's recommended by PTC and adopted by council.
I see Albert came on.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize that, this is only, again, as Commissioner Heckman pointed out, only relevant for properties that don't already have fences. And I'm not sure how many of those there are, but if you already have a fence, you can rebuild it. You can, maintain it indefinitely.
And if you don't, get it quickly? I kid. Okay, so thank you very much, all of you, for your answers for my first question. My second question was to see if we could get a little bit more in depth into the discussion around the Edgewood exceptions, because I read them and I want to understand them a little bit better and more carefully, because I feel for this neighborhood, right? This is a major change, and we don't want to be putting, our creeks against our homeowners. We want everybody, obviously people who have bought homes on the creek want that as well. They want to protect and enjoy their property and the creek. So I just want to see if there was more in depth you wanted to go into on that now, or if we should just wait and see what feedback we get from public comment and then phrase it in the form of questions. Thank you. Is there anything you want to add, Ms. Chow? Or
I will jump in and just say that, that language was added on page 36 of your packet for that purpose, so that you have some language to consider if you do wish to have a specific exemption for that. And then also through the chair, I wanted to point out that Commissioner Chang, Vice Chair Chang, does have her hand up on Zoom.
Thank you. So the reason I asked if you could go into more depth on it, because I did not feel that the seconds we spent on it was adequate. And part of our work here is to illuminate the discussion for the public's participation. I thought perhaps if you could go into it before public discussion, then people can respond to it. Thank you.
Before I move on to comments from Vice Chair Chang and Commissioner James, I wanted to follow up on one aspect of what you just said. And that is that if I'm reading this correctly, there is a required 5-foot setback from the top of bank to a fence in the slope stability area. And Ms. Chide, I just wondered if you could review for us quickly why that exists.
So that is an existing, so the slope stability area in the existing existing ordinance, they basically allow no structures, but they do have an exception process that has been established that requires Public Works Director's approval with some of the study assessment provided with mitigations included in them. If it's granted, the fences are allowed as close as 5 feet from the top of bank, I believe. And that is due to the bank stability and safety issues. Those are more of an engineering safety concerns that had been established that way. And that's why we have included a condition that in the exemption section too, that all those criteria, all those conditions can be exempt from the draft ordinance, but they still have to meet the slope stability protection area requirements because those are related to safety concerns.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Chang.
Okay, so I'll jump right ahead to a question that dovetails with what Ms. Cha was just speaking about. Do you have, is there data that you have regarding the extension of the slope stability area or the area that's not allowed to be built upon from the 20 to the proposed 30? In the packet, it mentioned that staff had considered 25, but then due to the biologist's recommendation, extended it to 30. Do you have more data or does the biologist have more data?
Unfortunately, the biologist was not available. But in discussion of, how the discussion kind of evolved is that we heard from from the PTC as well as the community, 40 feet wasn't really fitting for the urbanized area, especially. So we were trying to address some of those concerns and discuss different distances, whether we want to go to 25 feet or go somewhere in between. And what the biologist has provided to us is that for the stability of the bank and some of the sediment control for especially some of the natural creeks, it's not a magic number, but larger setback would be more ideal. So instead of expanding it to 40 feet or stay with the 40 feet, we decided to go with 30 feet, which was recommended by our biologist. We can get more data. At this moment, we wouldn't be able to because he's not available tonight, but we can try to get more data or more insight on that particular distance. But this is a stream side setback distance, not the slope stability. Slope stability stays as 20 feet or 2-to-1 ratio within the urbanized area. We just expanded that to 30 feet in open space and rural area and baylands.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So in other words, nothing changes. So can I just clarify this question before all of our public comments? Nothing changes for everybody who's living on Edgewood. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the existing slope stability would apply with the draft ordinance as well, and we're exempting the Sanford Edgewood neighborhood properties except for the slope stability area protection requirements.
Right, but slope to stability stays the same at 20 for them.
Right.
So
Mhm.
okay,
Yes.
that's tremendously helpful. So nothing changes for them. Okay. I did have questions for the rest of Palo Alto that's not exempted from it. So if you look at page 28 where the report talks about a reasonable alternative for the variance process. What is a reasonable alternative? Is this a commonly understood legal term? Or, I mean, for example, let's say I wanted a swimming pool and it needs to be in that area. Like I can't build a swimming pool unless it's in that area. Or maybe I want to build something, but I can't build anything of that size unless it's smaller. What is a reasonable alternative? How is that defined?
I think what we're trying to do before, when an applicant requests this kind of exception request is that the planner and the applicant usually work together to make sure that we don't have to go through the onerous process of this like exception or variance processes. So they will work together to find sort of mitigation point or mediation um so that that applicant can get what they would like, but also it wouldn't really violate the city's regulations as well. So in the process, they would find a reasonable solution. But in that process, in that discussion, both planner and applicant cannot come up with the solution, reasonable solution, then they would actually go request an exception process. It's sort of a process that I have from my experience. It's like a conversation and discussion while you're reviewing your entitlement projects.
Right, I understand that, but one of the requirements for the variance is that there is no reasonable alternative. And I'm just wondering what that means from a legal perspective. Maybe Mr. Yang can speak to this. Like, is that a clearly defined, um, is that clearly understood from a legal perspective?
Yeah, it is um, it is in theory a clearly defined concept, like the objectively reasonable person. In, you know, in practice, you're sort of looking to, what's commonly like the practice elsewhere. Um, with respect to like the pool example that you gave, you do have to meet all of these findings. So, the second finding is that the strict application of the ordinance would deprive the property of privileges enjoyed by other properties, and that should probably be similarly situated properties, as I'm seeing it now. But they would have to show like, oh, part of life in Palo Alto is having a pool, and so not having a pool is depriving me of something that other
Understood.
people will enjoy,
Okay.
right? So yeah, I mean, you're not gonna. It's going to be hard to support, something that is unusual or like a luxury. But if it's something that is regularly enjoyed by, homeowners, and there is, yeah, you were unable to find an alternative solution or a slight change in design, that wouldn't, completely remove the functionality of whatever is being proposed.
Okay. What about like the size of a dwelling? So for example, a home. Um, some people would say 1,500 square feet is too small, and other people would say 2,000 is
Yeah.
too small. And so I can see how that could very well.
Yeah. So I think we would rely on, the FAR limit. So if you are, within the FAR that's allowed, that's something that's enjoyed by, other property owners in similar circumstances. And so if there's not an ability to achieve that FAR with a second story for whatever reason, then yeah, maybe there wouldn't be that reasonable alternative.
Okay, thank you. That gives me great comfort around that term. I have another question around sort of the wording and the language in the ordinance. So on packet page 37, it talks about how the project needs to be designed to prevent soil erosion. And then on packet page 39 talks about things being evaluated by a qualified biologist. And I'm wondering if those are commonly understood standards or terms. Um, in other words, are we going to find ourselves having a hard time enforcing the ordinance or making clear to somebody reading the ordinance what we mean by that?
I think that, so those are common language or terms that are used by biologists, and we're requesting that assessment is prepared by a qualified biologist who should be able to understand and who should be um,
So is that any biologist or is there a certification for this?
mostly any biologists who are usually working with the development projects. And then they're qualified, meaning that they're certified by their board as well, so that it's not just somebody who are calling themselves biologists.
Is
So
there a
we want
board
somebody.
certification for biologists?
I believe there are, but I can find out
I think that might be
more.
worth looking into. I'm a biologist. Granted, I don't work evaluating these types of projects, but so that the additional language that you provided there is helpful. But I'm a biologist and I don't have a certification other than my degree. Okay. And then on packet page 40, packet page 38, at the top of the page, there's a term that says outbound stream bank slope. I didn't know if that was a typo or a term that I didn't understand.
It's 30, packet page 38.
Yeah, packet page 38, the first line. It says for irrigation systems within outboard stream bank slope.
Let me check that one. I think that was something that we have borrowed from our biologist, and then from another city.
Okay, so it might require more definition.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a bunch of other typos that I will send you, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything as I was reading this. On packet page 35 at the bottom, where it says proposes to locate towards the stream side setback. You had mentioned this earlier too.
Yes.
So that includes anything, right? Any hardscape, any improvements. So fences, obviously structures, but it hardscape and everything, landscaping, all of it applies, correct?
Landscaping, I don't believe would be applied. I can check, but the intention of this is some of the first story addition that are going to be. So there's a corrections to be made on this particular provision, is that it's towards a stream, not towards the stream side setback. Sorry about that. So the intention of this provision is to capture some of the additions, first floor addition, or some structures that may not trigger discretionary review, because if you're not doing second story addition or two-story new construction, it doesn't really trigger discretionary review for single family homes. But we wanted to be cautious for some of the additions that might push towards the stream. So that provision is to sort of capture some of those additions or structures. Hardscapes wouldn't really require permit review. And landscape, unless there's sort of a C3 impervious paving requirements or triggers those. I don't believe that would be triggering any permit review either.
Okay, well, I think we should just try and be really clear about it because we do mention landscaping and hardscape and permeability. And so I wasn't clear on it when I was reading it, and it sounds like you're a little bit unsure as to when it is and is not triggered. So we might want to, I don't know, clarify that before it goes to council. And then my final final set of questions are on packet page 40. Just this is a clarification, first of all. So, K, which talks about lot measurement and lot area along water courses, that is with respect to for the purpose of Palo Alto regulations, correct? It doesn't affect Santa Clara County property tax assessment, for example, does it?
No, it's just for the our Palo Alto local regulations. The Santa Clara assessment count measures and calculates areas separately.
Are governed differently. Okay, thank you. And then finally, I know that this is just language that was carried over from the existing ordinance, but I think that there's either I'm misunderstanding, and that's why I'm asking, it's not just a typo, but there's a sentence that starts under K, the first paragraph of K, that starts with provided the expansion of an existing easement over a lot adjacent, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't seem like a complete sentence to me, and I didn't know if I was misunderstanding that and whether.
I think that particular condition, when I was researching about it, because we were trying to have some other language that are similar to this particular, because this particular language actually exempted the Edgewood neighborhood. So we were trying to see if we can just copy over.
Right, I understand that, but my point is that it's not a sentence. So I understand that the intent was to copy things over, but I don't think it's a sentence, and maybe I'm not understanding. And I just wanted to clarify that it's a typo, and that's my correct understanding, that there should probably be a comma before that rather than some new concept. And I wanted to make sure I just wasn't misunderstanding an entirely new concept.
Vice Chair, if I could jump in.
Yeah.
I believe the sentence you're talking about starts as provided the expansion.
Yes.
And so that sentence is saying the provided the expansion of the existing easement over a lot adjacent to San Francisco Guido Creek and fronting on Edgewood Drive, et cetera, et cetera. There's thing in paragraph on or after a certain date shall not alter the calculation of lot area.
So it just basically says provided the but it's not a sentence.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, I didn't know that. So
thank you.
That's my point of clarification. I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding something.
Yeah, there's a grammatical error there.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Thank you for finding that. And,
yes.
You know, we really appreciate the attention to detail that we get.
No,
from
I'm
PTC.
really sensitive to anything that's might affect the Edgewood neighbors, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't misreading a concept in the ordinance.
And because of the detail, I actually do want to share another discrepancy. I wanted to make sure everybody was looking at the right text. In the staff report, we list out the findings for the exceptions, and one of those was copied incorrectly. So please look at the language that is in the ordinance on page 38. Those are the draft findings for your consideration. If you wish to recommend something different, just want to make sure everybody's looking at the same text. Thank you.
I think our consultant Kevin Gardner has something to add.
Sure, yeah. Good evening. My name is Kevin Gardner. I'm with Good City Company and have been assisting with this project. Just wanted to go back to the outboard question. That is intentional. I think it could benefit from having a definition. Outboard versus inboard refers to when a creek is meandering and turning. The outboard is the sort of the big part of the curve. The inboard is the internal part of the curve, and the reason that's significant is the water velocity along the outboard is faster. So that's why you would need to make those provisions for the irrigation systems so that it's taking into account the water velocity. It's all kind of hydrological stuff, but agreed with the point. It's not a common term that people are familiar with. So I would suggest a definition could be added for both outboard and inboard.
Thank you for that. I'm done with my clarifying questions.
Thank you. We have a long queue. I have Commissioner James, then Commissioner Peterson, Commissioner G, and then Commissioner Templeton. So Commissioner James, proceed.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang covered some of what I was concerned about, and I just mostly, trying to sort of simplify this in my own head and for the sake of those whose lives it kind of governs. And I just, on the most basic sense, I wanted to make sure that, I understood slopes stability to be 20 feet. and about vegetation, right? It's about sort of erosion and keeping native riparian vegetation in that 20-foot area from the edge of the creek. Is that right? And then separately, the stream setback is about construction, and that extends to 30 feet in the urbanized areas. Is that right?
The slope stability is the more strict of the two areas. And
Mhm.
so that does restrict any paving, any structures,
Okay.
with very minor
So it's a-
exceptions. So, and so then the restrictions in the remainder of the stream side setback are less than what is in the slope stability area.
Mhm.
Sorry, Coleman Frick, Long Range Planning Manager. One thing I'd like to offer also is that there are vegetation requirements for the setback area as well. So those are on packet page 37, but there are riparian considerations and, maintaining certain types of vegetation and prohibiting other types as well in the setback area.
Right. And I will just share my impressions from tromping around the stream, that the vegetation restrictions going back 30 feet seems like a lot to me, just in terms of like what I actually see. I mean, clearly this is soil. It's always going to be prone to erosion. You can go out and sort of look at, say, the creek, where it's in a more natural state and it does erode. And it's very interesting to kind of look at, see what kind of vegetation. I mean, I'm not trying to be a biologist, but I'm just saying, like, it seems to me that I'm trying to figure out what that 20 and 30 feet, like where that comes from. Is that a tree? Are the tree roots of a endemic tree on the top of the bank, sort of holding soil? A lot of trees actually are sort of down on the edges, it seems like. And I'm just sharing a personal impression that sort of requiring 30 feet of riparian vegetation just seems like a lot to me for stability. I'm not an expert in that, but that's just sort of my impression. And I was just trying to get a sense. They're nice round numbers. I was just trying to get a sense of like what they are based on. And I'd love some clarification on that.
I think we've mentioned before, it was something that came up during the discussion with the biologist for our team. In our multiple discussions, what we have learned is that there's no really a magic number for the riparian habitat, or the sort of the protecting property owners' right. So I think what we have come up with was kind of sort of in between what we can do, like what I think a lot of property owners and PTC might have wanted, like 25 feet, and some of the environmentalists and environmental groups and some of the biologists' feedback. What they have told us is that larger setback and buffer would be more ideal for the riparian vegetation, but we didn't want to go as far as 40 feet, so we kind of came at 30 feet. And that was also that's how we came about at 30 feet, but it is up to the planning commission, planning and transportation commission, to make modifications to the staff recommendation if commission feels that this is too large for the urbanized area. But our staff recommendation was based on discussion with the biologist.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Ms. Chow, I have a question on the maps for this riparian corridor. I think a lot of the questions I'm hearing are relating to what exactly it looks like. And looking through here, I think there's one, I guess you'd call it not quite a topography map, but maybe a plan view map of what these corridors look like. Is that correct?
So those, that's the, I think one of the attachments that we have included as part of the packet. Is that what you're referencing?
That's correct.
Okay, so that is, showing a map of Palo Alto with flood walls and embankment according
Can we put the
to.
map up?
Yes, let me
45,
share that.
49. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's see. Bear with me, sorry. So this is showing where the flood walls are located in Palo Alto city limits. So this was provided to express staff recommendation on like addressing PTC feedback. We, in October 2024, one of the recommendation we've received from the PTC is that maybe adding an exemption for the properties that are located behind flood walls. And as we were expecting, and then that kind of comments, I believe, came from the discussion about the concerns related to Edgewood neighborhood. And when staff actually looked at the map of all of the flood wall according to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, it seemed as most of the streams within the urbanized area would be exempt if we were to add that exemption. So that's why we have instead added a specific exemption that specifies the Edgewood neighborhood instead of having a flood wall as the threshold for exemption. So this was just to show where the flood walls and embankments are located within the Palo Alto city
And
limits.
so question, is this the only, we'll leave this graphic up for a little bit. I think this will work for all my questions. Is this the only graphic we have that shows the plan view of the corridors?
We do have some internal maps that we've kind of worked on that we can share. It was mostly to find out what the appropriate exception might be or threshold might be for the rural and open space area. But we can also share that map. It'll be a little bit of a working map. It's not a final map. But we can also share that if you have any specific questions, and we can open up and share some areas as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to see the map. I think that would help me understand better what I'm looking at and better understand what questions I would have. And then another question, you know, in a corridor, if I combine, you know, the linear corridor with the cross section of the corridor, we have the 100-year elevation. Am I correct that that's defining the width of the corridor is the 100-year elevation plus the 30 feet?
You mean the top of the bank, how we're measuring?
That's correct.
The setback? If it is undefined bank stream, then yes, where the surface level of the 100-year would be the baseline for measuring top of the bank instead of because there's no really defined bank to measure from.
So that's my next question is, since that's defining the width of the corridor, it seems important to be able to see what the 100-year flood map is. Because I mean, for all I know, it covers the entire city. I don't think it does, but I don't know how far from the stream bed a 100-year elevation extends out to.
We don't have the map readily available right now. But it's not the width of, it's where the 100-year storm surface is located. So that's the vertical distance where we're going to be measuring the setback, the 2-to-1 and the 30 feet. So it's not really a width of the surface elevation. It's more of where the vertical kind of level of that water surface elevation is.
Mm-hmm. But invariably, the 100-year elevation could be outside the banks of the stream, so it could be acres or football fields on either side of the creek in some locations.
We can look into that and clarify. I wouldn't be able to answer that question at this moment.
Okay, those are my two questions, is really just trying to get that plan view of what does it look like from the top view, and then trying to understand what that corridor looks like over time with different surface elevations.
Okay.
And is that a map we'd be able to have today?
That's not a map that we have it available readily, but we
Okay,
can follow up if that's something that is needed.
okay.
If I may clarify, are you looking for a map that shows the location of the streams within the city to show which ones are running particularly through the urbanized areas?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can look into see whether, you know,
That'd be even
what
better.
maps we have that might be shareable on Zoom while we move on.
Yeah, just to extend that a little bit, I think what Commissioner Peterson is discussing is where would the setbacks be? Because of course, the 100-year flood level only applies to those streams with poorly defined banks. For the channelized streams and others, there's a better defined top of bank.
Yeah, and this is one of those circumstances where because we don't do a site-by-site analysis when we're dealing with citywide regulations, we aren't always able to get to that kind of detail. But that's why we want to have clear definitions, exception processes, and an opportunity if we do run into a problem to consider alternatives based on the specific conditions of that site.
It's not incredibly difficult to do. I could probably make one in 10 minutes if I had my laptop. So it's but you know, I mean, a lot of what we're looking here is literally 1980s level technology of a flat picture with some PowerPoint or paint drawing on it. So it's hard to make these decisions based on something that's not that informative. So any maps would be helpful.
And insurance
So-
flood zone maps have that. Those should be readily available to you.
So, yeah, what I was going to say is, you know, we could easily get a map prepared that has 100-year flood, but that wouldn't show where there were, you know, streams or creeks that don't have defined banks. And so that's sort of the difficulty, is that aspect of it, not like having a map that shows the 100-year flood, but sort of differentiating to Ms. Armour's point, like, because we're not doing site-by-site analysis, we couldn't say, hey, this is like where it would be based on this not having a defined bank.
Right. So, I mean, my guess is just where there's a defined bank, the 100-year flood map would just be a very narrow strip where the creek is. And where there's an undefined bank, you would see a very wide, spread out 100-year flood. And you could probably guess that's probably where there's not a defined bank. Not perfectly, but just in general.
I think that could be the case in some instances, but I don't know if it's, I'll give an example. Like if we're close to the Baylands, like a lot of that is very sort of high flood risk, you know, based on our SCAP. And so even if it had a defined bank, it would still show as sort of a large flood area. So I don't know if that's
Good
something
point.
that we could make, you know, a safe assumption to make sort of our best staff recommendation that this is the case, that these areas show that there is no defined bank. And that's why, you know, I think it wouldn't be a quick map to try to put together, even if we could do it, although it would be relatively quick to just provide a map that shows a 100-year flood.
And Vice Chair Chang has her hand up again.
So I just wanted to clarify on this, like staff's point in putting in 16B on packet page 34 is really for the sake of completeness. I mean, by and large, like if I were to ask you, can you give me an example of a stream within Palo Alto that doesn't have defined banks? You would have a hard time doing so, right? So this is for the sake of completeness. Because within the urbanized
Correct.
area, everything almost, I can't think of anything that doesn't have defined banks between Foothill and 101.
Correct.
correct?
That's correct. Most of the undefined, if we have any undefined bank streams, it'll be mostly within the foothills, the western foothills, what we call rural open space and rural.
So I don't think that this is as large of an issue as it potentially seems like, meaning that this is there for the sake of completeness. And if there really is somebody who's unduly affected by such an issue, that's what the variance process is there for. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson, anything further?
Yeah, just like, I mean, it just clarifies we don't know. I mean, it just comes from, I mean, the level of technology we're using here. I mean, we really couldn't have anything more fine, higher fidelity than saying it's probably nowhere. It's probably fine. And I would agree, it probably is. I just want to find out later on it's not.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. Do you mind pulling that map back up, Ms. Cha? Or whoever's sharing screen? I'm not sure who is.
Hold 1 second. I will do that. Am I sharing the correct slide?
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering if you could help me read this. What did the different green and blue lines mean here?
So the what I call teal color here, these color, this indicates embankments, which are another structure more significantly impacting land size. But it still serves the flood control like flood walls. The green lines here shows actual flood walls. So this is all here in some embankments along San Francisco Creek. And this blue line is a city limit line.
Quick feedback. I think it'd just be nice to label those quickly because given that they're all checkmarked, it was hard to tell what was what here. And then I did have a question, like I'm borrowing a question from a previous PTC meeting. I was wondering if we knew approximately how many properties are being impacted by this?
By this meaning the draft ordinance,
like the changes, the changes that we're impacting here.
I did have that number last time. I can dig it up again, but it might take.
Yeah, no worries. We can hold off on that for now. And then my follow-up question is, I also did see a public comment about service roads on Matadero. Were we able to confirm that with Valley Water about whether or not they would be included or not included based on this ordinance?
We were not able to confirm within the time, but we can still follow up and find out.
Okay, thank you.
And this is related to one of the public comments that we have received, I believe on Bryant Avenue.
Yes, because my understanding of the ordinance as is that if it does count as a service road, then it may be exempt from certain provisions. Is that correct?
That's correct. If it is considered a service road by the Valley Water, then they would be exempt from draft ordinance except for the slope stability requirement.
Thank you. And then I was wondering if we also got any feedback from any of the other agencies, for example, the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority or Valley Water on this potential ordinance?
They are part of our distribution list, so they have received, but we have not yet received comments on the latest draft ordinance yet. We might after the PTC hearing, and we'll continue to follow up so that we can get their feedback so that there's no significant inconsistencies.
And we did meet with them early in the process.
Yes, we did.
Thank you. And then also, Ms. Cha, I know that the biologist is not online, but I was wondering, could you talk a little bit more about the decision here to simplify the process? Because I did see that in a previous iteration of the ordinance, there was a distinction between channelized and natural streams. So I'm wondering if there, what the biological impact is here.
I'd like to jump in first, Kelly, and then you can add. Just to give a little bit of the context for that decision, just at a high level. As we stated in the staff report, the recommendation from the biologist was for the 30 feet, and we were looking at some public comments and discussion with PTC about reducing that, others that were suggesting it should be larger. And the interesting thing as staff were looking at all of these comments is that there wasn't a strong alignment between a desire for a greater setback or a lesser setback with a determination as to whether it was a natural creek or not. And so as that distinction in terms of how big the setback should be kind of fell away, that there wasn't a strong push to have a higher setback, for example, for those natural creeks or the other way around. And staff identified the difficulty in defining what was partially channelized, fully channelized, natural, right? Because a lot of the natural creeks do have some improvements within them for stabilization, et cetera. And there was a strong direction from PTC the last time we came to you that this ordinance, as it had been at that time, was just too complicated. And so that led us to the recommendation, with the recommendation for the 30-foot for the stream side setback from the biologist in terms of providing, a bit more than just what was already required for slope stability, to just increase a little bit more the alignment in the hillsides of that stream corridor or the slope stability to be to the 30 feet because of what was in the comprehensive plan policy and the increased desire for protection in that area. So it's been an interesting kind of path as we're hearing different context. I hope I touched on most of what you were asking, but
maybe let me be a little bit more
restate.
specific. I was wondering if the biologist had any commentary about there being any differences between, I understand that from kind of feedback from the public that it made sense to simplify. I was wondering if we're losing any biological impacts because of channelized versus unchannelized, specifically about that.
I think that's why we have increased. Initially, we have, so just to add a little bit more background, we have started working on the stream side setback, addressing public comments only that we have received from the public comment letters as well as public workshop that we have conducted. And then we have found out that the stream side setback for the natural streams were smaller, and the channelized streams within the urbanized area was larger, which was kind of counterintuitive for the purpose of the draft ordinance. So in order to sort of come up with a solution, in addition to what the assistant director Armour had explained just now, we have discussed with Jim, our biologist, and the 30 feet was what we have come up with. And I think Kevin Gardner can add a little bit more information on that discussion.
Sure, and I will say I'm kind of channeling our biologist, so I'm repeating what he's told us. So there's a couple of different things happening at the same time. So in terms of habitat, yes, it's true. The channelized streams have a different habitat value than the natural streams, particularly if they're lined in concrete. If the channelized ones are lined in concrete, if they have the service roads, there's not a lot of habitat there in terms of the sort of riparian habitat. However, then there's also the objective of flood control. So with the channelized creeks, the 30 feet has a lot to do with keeping future development out of harm's way. And circling back to the question about Valley Water and the San Francisco Creek JPA, both of them did have a lot of their concerns are with future floods or being prepared or mitigating damage from future floods. So they were in favor of setbacks, larger setbacks, such as the 30 feet that's been recommended. So that has less to do with habitat, but more to do with should there be floods in the future, just keeping structures further back so they're not in harm's way.
Thank you for that. And then I actually had a question for Mr. Yang. I was just wondering, my understanding is that ADUs, the state law is about, we could build an ADU no more, or like a little bit outside of 4 feet from the property line. And my understanding is the property line for these properties goes into the creek. So I was wondering how that coincides with the, whichever is the one that you can't build anything in it zone.
Yeah,
the slope stability zone.
area. So I believe, sorry, I just need to refresh my memory of the ADU law, but I believe there's a allowance for the city to find that there are kind of specific adverse impacts to public health and safety. And so if someone was trying to build within a stream bank, we would probably be able to make those findings. Beyond that, there are usually easements, protective easements along the stream banks. And so those would probably also not allow development in those. That's separate from the city's regulation of ADUs. So there's just several layers of what we're dealing with. But it is entirely possible that we would need to allow ADUs in an area that maybe is otherwise more regulated.
Great, thank you. And then I had a question about, this is not for you, Mr. Yang, about on packet page 47, there is mention of general standards around light, but I didn't see any mention of that in this ordinance. I was just curious as to why.
The lighting provisions are going to be part of the lighting ordinance update. We will prepare the lighting provision as part of this update as well. But it's just that there are some schedule changes that was kind of going back and forth, but we'll bring the lighting provisions as part of the consideration as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one other question. I was wondering, so I'm looking at a map, I guess Google Maps will do, but basically I'm looking at the Edgewood area where I don't know if someone could just pull up Google Maps, I think that would be helpful.
Let me share that. Hold on, let me get
And
that.
then go towards the direction of the Edgewood neighborhood.
Okay. Let me share this.
All right, thank you. So I was wondering, so as we've discussed briefly, the Edgewood Drive neighbors, a lot of them have the backs of their properties facing the creek. But as you can kind of see here, if you go around the outside here, yes, that's kind of the area that I'm thinking about. Is there something substantially different about that section of the creek? Because my understanding is those neighbors also have their backyards against the creek.
The conditions might not be as different. The flood map might be a little bit, but the condition is not as different as the Edgewood neighborhood. The exemption that we had put in was in response to the public comments. but it is, it can be modified to expand a little bit more so that it can cover basically the section that's not going to be exempt. So basically, starting at, I believe this is Marlow Street.
Marlowe, yeah.
Yes, this is where the public street is separating the property so that those properties are already exempt. But the section I think the Commissioner G is mentioning is from this Marlow Street is to Southwood Drive. These are also single family homes. It's not as like very organized way the single family homes are, but they are a similar way. They're a little bit further from the creek, how they're developed. But if the Planning and Transportation Commission feels that this particular area should be also included as part of the exemption, we can, the commission can actually recommend modification to that particular exemption.
An interjection here. My recollection is that the structure of the bank is different in that segment. So whereas on Edgewood, it's concrete reinforced up to the top of the bank, that's not true of all of the segment from Marlowe to University. Is that correct?
I am not aware of it, so I wouldn't be able to answer that right now, but I can confirm with our engineering division to confirm that information.
Ms. Cha, I believe the map that was up on the screen before showed some of maybe at least where the flood wall portion ended. And I think maybe that relates to what the chair is referencing. Yeah, so if you look at sort of that section, the different colors that, apologies, the legend isn't showing, sort of where that cuts off in that other map that you were showing. I think
the
that's
end
where
of the teal. And
here,
where some of the characteristics of the stream are a bit different.
So just to clarify here, I don't have the street label. So where's the Edgewood exemption right now going to?
So the Edgewood actually ends on Southwood Drive.
Well, no,
So
no,
Edgewood
I
goes-
understand that, but on the map with the colors. So I'm just trying to understand if there's a characteristic difference, right? Like, does the Edgewood exemption stop in the middle of the teal section? Does it stop in the green section? Like, that's the kind of question I'm trying to ask here.
Let me open up the online map, but if you would like to continue the discussion, I'll interject when there's an opportunity. But let me open up the online map so that we can zoom into the area.
Yeah, Commissioner Templeton's been waiting patiently, so I'll let her go ahead. But hopefully you'll have the number with the amount of properties impacted and also this at a later time.
Thank you, Commissioner G. Commissioner Templeton, thank you for your patience.
Yes, I apologize. We have been going just in clarification part of our conversation for over an hour now. And this is why I asked early on to perhaps go in more depth, because the presentation was not going to meet our needs. And so we have sort of pulled together our what we hoped from the presentation in an hour's worth of interaction. So my question is just a follow up on something that Vice Chair Chang said, which was, did you say that on the creeks, property owners are being granted a use of a subset of their property by the city of Palo Alto, but still have to pay the whole taxes on the larger set? Is that what you said? It's definitely a legal question. So I'm just trying to.
And not something that's being changed.
Well, that's what I wanted. Is that something we need to be looking at? What do you mean they can't use their whole property that they're paying taxes on? I mean, I don't want to gloss over it if that's something that was brought up. Is that true?
Through the chair, there's easements in place, I believe, right? So for the
So they still have to pay property taxes on it?
That is often the case when you have an easement.
And the easement is about the creek?
There are many kinds of easement. In this case, I believe we are talking about the creek, but the easement will often restrict the allowed uses on a property, but it does not necessarily reduce the lot size.
And you're asking us to reduce their uses even further?
We are not changing the size of the easement or the regulations that apply to the easement.
That is not what I asked. So is this process going to reduce? So I'm hearing from community members that this will reduce the usable part of their property significantly, and I'm trying to understand. It has not been presented to us in that way. So can you help clarify that?
All right. Thank you for restating your question. What this effort is to consider additional stream protection. What that means is that what's being considered is a stream setback that is more than just the slope stability area. So these are new regulations that would limit what types of things could be done within that stream side setback. So that is what you are considering tonight based on the policy in the comprehensive plan and the direction we've received on to proceed with this effort. And those kinds of concerns have influenced the recommendation that's been brought to you to reduce that stream setback and simplify not having a separate riparian setback. But that is an important component of the balance in consideration of what is drafted and under consideration tonight.
And what is the problem we're solving? Just to state it clearly, what is the problem we're trying to solve? And
Kelly, do you have the comprehensive plan policy in front of you? Reading the language there may be helpful.
And maybe to just connect the dots on how we can measure that these changes will affect that goal. Because what I'm trying to get at here, and this is why I'm asking in the clarification section, we can come back to it later if you feel that we need to opine on it, but that will give you less opportunity to respond. But what I'm trying to get at is you're asking a lot of the property owners, and we need to really clearly connect it to the good of the city if we're going to be doing that. And that's something that's not been made clear. There's been all of our questions tonight have been about the lack of clarity in this proposal, every single one. And the bigger question for people that aren't sitting on this dais, but that are the property owners and residents of the city, they're going to want to know what's the trade-off and why should they do this and why should they support that? And I think probably somebody somewhere knows, and I'm hoping that you will clarify that, because that's the illuminating this discussion by putting the things out there really clearly, connecting the dots is really important part of our work. Thank you. Ms. Cha, are you planning to respond?
Yes, I do have the comprehensive plan language in front of me, if you would like me to share.
Sure, or you can point to the page in the packet.
So it's basically the goal of the actual creeks and riparian area section of the comprehensive plan is conserving both natural and channelized creeks and riparian areas as open space amenity, natural habitat area, and elements of community design. That's the high goal. Most of the policies talk about the kind of balancing between the environmental protection as well as a community design. It also includes flood control. The update is trying to sort of add more of the riparian natural habitat sort of a concern, which was kind of lacking from the existing regulations. Existing regulations basically handled and managed the flood control and bank stability, but it didn't really address any concerns related to riparian habitat area or natural habitat. So that's what we're trying to kind of address because that is what is lacking from the existing regulations.
Have we
and
measured
that
any of
is-
this? Like, do we
I'm sorry?
know, have we measured any of this? Like, do we have a baseline of what are the level of degradation we have now and what we expect after these changes are made? Like, is there a scientific,
a
so all the
quantified-
questions tonight about what's the scientific basis for this recommendation or that recommendation? I'm trying to help us connect it back because we are not talking about things that easily change. This is something we don't do very often. We're talking about somebody's property. We're trying to understand the environmental impact on our community as a whole. And so I'm trying to connect the dots here and say, we have some lofty goals, but how do we measure it? How do you turn that into something that says, yes, we definitely should be making this change because we're going to go from this to that?
Thank you, Commissioner Templeton. We really do appreciate the effort to make that connection because that is really important. Really being able to clearly lay out for your understanding, for the public's understanding, that this is the planning efforts like this start at the comprehensive plan level, which is a really high level document. It's got goals and policies. We all want to protect the environment and protect the more vulnerable areas of the city, but we recognize that it needs to go through, we have a lofty goal, and then it needs to go into a more detailed analysis. And so we did have a biologist on the team supporting staff as we developed these recommendations and looked at with this high-level goal, what are some recommendations? If you want to do full protection, of course, it'd be much more than a 20 or 30-foot setback, right? But we need to recognize that it is a balance between these things. And so I want to make sure that as we proceed with the discussion, that there is a common understanding that this is a goal from our comprehensive plan adopted by council. Staff's bringing forward information for you. It's not always going to have all the details you want, but we would like to try and support you as much as we can.
Thank you for that. I think that's great. And I love that we have had a scientist involved in this project that we can't question and that did not provide a scientific basis for their recommendations, right? This is actually frustrating for me and for some other folks who had questions because we have all been through very demanding science courses in our lifetimes, and we would certainly not turn something in like this. So I'm not frustrated with you. I'm frustrated with this process and this discussion because I think we can do better. And so here's what I'm going to ask from a clarification standpoint is tell me how we are failing at meeting council's direction currently. If we started there, and that was the question I was asking Ms. Cha, is where are we lacking specifically? How do we identify the point at which we're not meeting the criteria set up by council currently? And once we have that baseline, we can ask ourselves, do these changes help us reach that goal better? Does that make sense?
That does. Thank you for refocusing that. Ms. Cha, if you could reshare the screen with the comprehensive plan policy. I believe it is very focused on the hillsides and
I do too.
The wetlands.
You may want to see, yes, the programs
Here we
rather than
go.
the policies.
When we look at the programs here. And so this is update the stream corridor protection ordinance to explore 150 feet as the desired stream setback. So that is part of what's in front of you. And because that is specifically about the open space rural areas. And so that is here.
Which is not currently an area that people are concerned about. I think most of our
Correct.
questions assume that
Correct.
works for us.
Most of the discussion has been
Yeah.
about the urbanized areas. And so Kelly, if you could speak a little bit to how the regulations in the urban areas have been included, because I know in the different efforts that you've been helping the city work on, there have been varying levels of requirements with the lighting and the bird friendly and the streams in terms of direction of what to include or not to include at different levels for these ones. But for this in particular, if you could speak to where we've received a recommendation to at least include in the draft ordinance the urban areas.
This was, I believe, while we were working with the project team. I think Kevin can supplement after I provide this response. We kind of looked at the comprehensive plan and looked at the city as a whole instead of segregating just the foothills, the open space and rural area, as even if there are, although the riparian habitat and natural habitat might be limited, because most of the urbanized area streams are hardened and channelized, there may be some chances that there could be some species or habitat that we can conserve if we were to establish this regulation. So that was the start of this whole draft ordinance that we're looking into, especially because there are some portions of the creeks within the urbanized area that are not fully channelized. So we wanted to kind of make sure that we keep up with the goal of the comprehensive plan, and that's how we started with the establishment of some of the setbacks within the urbanized area. Kevin, would you like to supplement?
I will also point out that the second program on this slide does talk about urban creeks and enhanced riparian setbacks. So
Specifically doing it with the stakeholders and that
Right.
means the neighbors and making sure they're happy with it.
And that is what this discussion is. And that is actually ties very closely with why that enhanced riparian setback, what we're calling the stream setback, now has an exception for the area where there was particular concern.
And it's what I'm asking about as well, because they're not satisfied.
Thank you for helping us draw that connection.
Yeah.
Mr. Gardner, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I'm just looking through the comp plan. It does call for considering and evaluating the stream protection setbacks in the urban areas as well. So it's quite specific to 150 feet for the areas west of the Hill Expressway and in the Baylands. It doesn't have a number for the urban areas, but it does say that it should be looked at. And I'm trying to find that exact wording in the comp plan, but it is in there. So that is what we're doing. We are looking at appropriate setbacks for the urbanized area.
Thank you. I guess I just want to, I understand that we're all ready to get to the public comment. So I understand all of that. The reason I'm asking right now during the clarifying questions is because I think it's really important to share that we don't have up here the same perspective on this project that those who have been working on it for months have, right? We're seeing it from another angle and we're trying to reflect back some of the things that could create challenges by the time it gets to council. I am sure that anyone who has worked on this wants this to continue forward and be the best. You can leave that slide up, please, to be the best project that we were able to create together. So I'm coming at it from that perspective that my intention here is to collaborate. And I'm also pushing back because we still haven't identified any specific reason that majority of these proposals need to be adopted based on what's in front of us right now. Looking at that, you could say, I considered it, we don't need any changes, right? So we have to connect the recommendations to the goals. Why are you saying that? And I'm, for example, one of the staff members mentioned that could be some biological change that could benefit from it. That is not enough to take away property usage, right? We have to connect it to an understanding of what is our goal and how are we going to achieve it. Those are just the fundamentals of what's required in this process. So with that, we can have the rest of this conversation after public comment. Thank you.
If I may, can I just interject to provide response to Commissioner G's previous request? Let me share this. So this is an online map of the flood walls and embankments within the Palo Alto area. The aerial doesn't really show, so I'm just going to change the type of map so that it shows the draft, the street names. It seems like the embankment ends at University Avenue and it goes into some of the Edgewood area, but towards the end of in the middle of between the Southwood Drive and the Newell Road. So it's not really identifying that particular section that we were discussing where it's not exempt along San Francisco Creek. So just wanted to provide that information. And the number of parcels that are impacted by this ordinance within the urbanized area, it's about 783 parcels. And for the open space and rural area and baylands, it's about 139 parcels.
Thank
Can
you.
you repeat those numbers again?
139 for the setback that apply, the 150 feet setback applies. So that's open space and rural area, that's the foothill side, as well as the baylands area. And it's about 783 parcels within the urbanized area.
So do you mind if I?
Commissioner G has a quick follow-up on this, and then we have Commissioner James and Commissioner Peterson.
Yeah, Ms. Cha, do you know, I saw in the staff recommendation that you wanted to extend the provisions impacting lots under 20,000 square feet to 1 acre. How does that impact the number of parcels for the number that you just presented?
It doesn't actually changes the impacted parcels because we were using 150 feet as a buffer when we were looking at the area. So the number impacted wouldn't change. But when we were looking at the lot sizes of the impacted parcels within the rural and open space area, open space and rural area and the baylands, we have realized that the number that we have proposed as a threshold was a little bit too small. And it wouldn't really capture the ones that are significantly impacted with the buffers because of the location of the stream relative to the parcels. So that's why we have requested a modification to increase to 1 acre. But that is something that PTC can consider and discuss before making that modification as well.
So I don't believe it changes the total number that are subject to this, but it would shift some of those that are subject to the 150 setback into the reduced setback of 30 feet.
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
don't know what
Yeah,
I know the number of that.
No, my question was, do we know how many parcels are now changing from the 30 feet to the 150 or 150 feet to the 30 feet based on the recommendation from staff out of this number?
I don't know that we've got that number, but I think Kelly probably can take a look at that as we go through public comment.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
my only.
I can take some time and provide that a little bit later.
Yeah, I'm done.
Or if not, we can, prepare that research before it moves on to the next step.
Commissioner James.
I'm going to be really quick here and just kind of say, we're not going to rewild this river, right? I mean, this creek, right? So what we really are, I think, it has value, right? It's sort of a natural resource, all the green, we all understand that sort of. But I think really, I'm wondering if, like the poor biologist who's not here to answer any questions, but like, did anyone ask him what is the minimum amount that would prevent further degradation? I mean, there's, if you ask a biologist, what's the optimum to preserve an ecosystem? I mean, this goes on in the Galapagos all the time, right? There are people that live in the Galapagos and people that want the Galapagos to be, sort of a time capsule, so there's some natural tension here. And I just wonder if we have framed this question, properly, and we might get a different answer. If we said, what is the minimum amount of vegetation buffer, for lack of a better term, that would prevent further degradation of this ecosystem? And it's not much, I also sort of am a little puzzled by the comment that moving the stream setback from 20 or 25 feet to 30 feet in the urbanized area has to do with not wanting flood damage to existing structures. I might be missing something here, but if you got a flat lawn and you're flooding over 30 feet, it's going to flood the whole lawn. So I don't really get that. And I do think there were some comparisons to other municipalities. I mean, I don't want to defer to another municipality versus maybe a biologist, but by comparison, if the other municipalities are at 20, 25 feet and we're doing 30 because of, a biologist's assessment, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's a little hard for me to assess if we're in the right spot on that. That's all I'll say.
All right, thank you. Last clarifying question from Commissioner Peterson, and then we'll discuss next steps.
So, while I was listening to the commissioner speak, I realized, we don't work in isolation here, so I had forgotten to ask the question is, do we have guidance from the Joint Powers Authority for the San Francisco Creek? Greer Stone is the chair of that, who's the former mayor of Palo Alto. So did he submit a letter with guidance on how we should proceed on this? And then the other one where looking at, is this, are we working in isolation, this Palo Alto, is I happen to chair the subcommittee on flood protection at the county for the bond oversight. And this never came in front of us, anything regarding, buffer zones on the corridors, because I probably would have, we would have sent a letter or something on this. So those are my two questions, is what letters have you gotten from the Joint Powers Authority and from the Water District?
I can look into the list of comment letters that we have received. But for the since the October, we have not received any comments from San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority, but we do have them listed as part of the distribution list. So they have been informed about this process and update on this project progress as well. But we did, I believe, when in initial process, initially when we were meeting with stakeholders, I believe that we have met up with the Joint Powers Authority and gather their feedback initially. But since then, we haven't had a significant conversation with them. But with Valley Water, not the county, but Valley Water, we have been meeting with them and asked them to provide feedback. So they did provide feedback on the draft ordinance, and some of their concerns have been addressed in this draft ordinance as well.
Thank you, Ms. Cha. Appreciate it. Just real quick, is there feedback in the packet so we can read their letter?
the packet includes the public comments that we have received since October. So we don't have the public comment letter that was sent officially from both agencies. For Valley Water, we just had meetings internally to kind of get their feedback. And then Joint Powers Authority, we haven't really received an official letter yet, but we can also follow up with them to get their feedback as well, similar to what we have been doing with the Valley Water. But because they were part of the distribution list, and then we have been sharing this information, the progress of the draft ordinance, the fact that we have not yet received any comments, I would like to assume that they don't have any significant concerns with the draft ordinance, but we can definitely follow up and try to clarify that.
Thank you. Are you able to summarize what the Valley Water's feedback was to you on this? In absence of a letter.
They had limited time, and it's because it's usually not the high priority, but some of the details like maybe the exemption on retaining walls may be looked at again to see that there's no sort of what they call I forget the term, but there could be that like a stepping, like a stair kind of so they had a specific technical sort of a comments because Valley Water is the has the authority and discretion over the bank and the stream itself when where there's an easement especially. So they had technical sort of comments more on the technical side than the higher level policy side.
I just realized we increased the budget for their computational and they came up with a new computational plan for the flood zone. Isn't they've had to redesign their corridor. That's what I think the new stepping.
All right, I think that is an ample round of, oh, Vice Chair Chang. Okay, last clarifying question.
Really quick clarifying question. My recollection from the last time this came before us was that Valley Water's standard is the 30 feet. And I wondered if that had anything, so first of all, if staff could verify that that is the case. And then second, if that, wondering if that had anything to do with the 30 feet that staff landed upon.
So that was one of the things that we've looked at, and I believe that was also something that has influenced the recommendation, but it's also the biologist recommendation as well as the comprehensive plan has the critical habitat area of 30 feet. So we just kind of looked at different sources and resources, and that was a final recommendation at this point. So that Valley Waters setback was part of the consideration.
Thank you. That helps a lot.
All right, I'm going to do a little procedural investigation here. Mr. Tavera, how many public comments do we have waiting?
Yes, through the chair, we've received 10 public comments, both in person and via Zoom, one of which is a group.
Thank you. All right, in that case, I would like to go fresh into the public comments. So I would suggest if we need a break, now is the right time to do it rather than waiting until all the public comments are done. Does anyone object? All right, it is currently 8:18. Let's be back at 8:25, so 7 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. It is now time for public comment, and traditionally we begin with groups. I believe we have one tonight. So let's start with our first group.
And clarifying question to the chair, full time of 10 minutes?
Yes.
And
please.
then for the speakers, the rest of the group?
3 minutes each.
Sounds good. Thank you. Our first speaker will be Daniel Henson, representing a group of 9.
Good evening, everyone. Appreciate the time for being here. My name is Daniel Hansen. I'm here on behalf of the Edgewood Neighborhood Alliance. We have lived on Edgewood for 24 years on the creek side. And I'd also like to thank the commissioners who came out and saw our neighborhood and our creek. I think that was, it was good for us. It was helpful, I think, to get context. So we, the Edgewood Neighborhood Alliance, support this ordinance with the exception of Edgewood. I think we have established in our documentation and through other letters that Edgewood is a unique area. We have, and that this exemption is justified. We have safety and security concerns due to encampments. We have crime in the area. A lot of trespass into the creek. Also the flood abatement work that is going to happen in our creek very soon. We've got the Newell Bridge to be replaced. We've got Reach 2 coming from the JPA. And just generally in fairness, the impact to the property value, as well as our properties are subject to this cutback on the floor area ratio because our property lines go to the middle of the creek. So we have a reduction in our buildable area under the current ordinance, which is now carried forward through. So we are disadvantaged by reason of that cutback. So we have some slides. So there's our concerns, and I think I'll just tell you and you'll flip the pages for me. Great. So just want to give you some of the context of Edgewood. So go ahead, let's do some of these, keep going. So this is an encampment. These pictures are from July, so a month ago or so. This is, you're looking at the East Palo Alto side here on the creek. This is what an encampment looks like. An encampment in the exact same place was there exactly a year ago. And it took about 6 months to get it cleared out, thanks to then Mayor Greer Stone, who we're very appreciative to on that. And we know that the Mayor Ed Lowing now has been very supportive and very helpful in jumping in and trying to get all the jurisdictions together so that we can clear these encampments. So we got some more details here. If you're interested, this is what gets collected at these things: chairs, bikes, keep going. One more. All right. And I mean, one of our biggest concerns is fire. So when it gets cool, these encampments light campfires. And this is an image from last fall. And so we are all basically one ember away from that canopy that is over the creek catching on fire, and we turning into another Los Angeles disaster, which we can't have. So the fire department and East Palo Alto is covered by Menlo Park. They got numerous calls from us last year to come out and put out fires like this. So that's top of mind. Let's go. So the result, the reason that we have these troubles in the creek is because the other side of the creek on East Palo Alto has no barriers to entry. It's easy to get in. The creek is dry for about 9 to 10 months of the year. And so we get a lot of trespass like this. Flip the next page, you can see some of the context here. This is from Woodland Avenue. And you can just see, you just walk right into the creek. So that creek is right behind that from this side. Another one, same thing, a little further down. Next one, same thing, you just walk into the creek. Next one, some places there's a short wall you have to go over. Next one, this is also a little short wall. This is the wall that is opposite the picture of that encampment I showed you. So for context, that encampment would be just on the other side of that wall. Okay, let's go to the next one, see what we got. So for more context, this is an image of San Francisco Creek, just west of University Avenue. You can see the concrete, they call it sackcrete. These are actually concrete bags that were put in place in the 80s, done to channel the creek for water flow due to a big flood that happened in the 50s. So these concrete bags have been lining the creek in a lot of different places, including in our backyard, which we'll show you in a few minutes. Let's go to the next one. This is the Newell Bridge. This will be replaced hopefully soon. It's supposed to start this fall. It's going from a 21-foot bridge to a 45-foot bridge, the monster bridge we call it. You know, you got two lanes of traffic, 2 bike lanes, 2 walk lanes, and lights. And one thing you don't have is a riparian corridor to go across the bridge. So the animals coming along have to go under the bridge like they have for 100 years. So putting in a riparian corridor between the bridges makes no sense because any animals or humans traveling along there run into a bridge. And these bridges are about every quarter mile. So the next one, this is the University Bridge, which is just up from Newell. That one, same thing. You can see there's no way over the bridge. You have to go under it. Next one. And this is the 101 bridge. So this is, if you look to the left, that's the sound wall for the freeway. So to get from this side over to the Baylands, you have to go through and under the bridge. All right, next one. Let's go one more. All right. So we want to talk about fencing a little bit. You keyed into, I think, an issue for us, Commissioner Heckman, which is new fencing. The proposal says that new fencing requires approval of the Director of Public Works and a stability study. So the risk for somebody who doesn't have a fence, and the lot next door to me is vacant, they don't have a fence, is the director says no. So if a director says no, then what? You don't get a fence. You're left with an open area for encampments, crime, whatever that comes along. So we think fences are fundamental. They're there. Fences are important to protect privacy, protect people, protect property. We think fences should not be subject to a discretionary approval. And that if the fence meets the requirements under the current chapter, which is 1624, we think the fence should be allowed. So that's a new fence issue. The second one is this 5-foot gap that is there. Like you, I don't know where it came from. I was curious. But what we have experienced over the years is that this 5-foot gap turns into a place for encampments. That's what this photograph is. This is a gap between the wall and a fence. Next one. Same thing. Now we have more garbage. Next one. So these are encampments that fill this gap. And so what's happened on Edgewood over time, let's go to the next one, is, and this is what you're looking at here is the bank. It's made out of these sacks of concrete. This is a solid concrete bank. And what has happened over the years is that people have put their fences on the bank or adjacent to it to fill this gap. So you don't have this area where people can walk through, camp, whatever. Next one. This is the backside. So you can see what the bank looks like. These are solid concrete banks with rebar, and they've been there since the 1950s. This is 70 years of stability. So this 5-foot gap for stability isn't really necessary right here. So we feel that that 5-foot gap should not apply to Edgewood and perhaps other areas where there's a concrete bank. All right. So the ordinance also would prevent ornamental plantings in the slope stability area. This is inconsistent with the current ordinance. The current ordinance allows non-invasive ornamental plantings. We don't understand why that changed. If the goal here was to keep the old ordinance in place, then that should, ornamental plantings should be allowed. These are non-invasive. It's for purposes of, enjoyment of your backyard and affecting the value if you can't have ornamental plantings and so forth. And then the stream side setback in our view should be no more than 25 feet. Let's go to the next one. Next one. So this is the chart that was in the October staff report, and you can see that the 9 of the 11 cities here that measure from top of bank are 25 feet or less. I know it's hard to see, but that's what it says, including Los Altos and San Carlos are both at 25. We also feel that the exemption requirements for streamside setback are too strict. No reasonable alternative. What does that mean? Anything could be a reasonable alternative. And so the concern there is somebody says, oh, don't build it, make it smaller, move it. So no reasonable alternative, we don't think works. We think it should be more in lines of the project will not unreasonably impair the streamside environment.
Thank you.
And
That
then-
concludes your time.
Thank you. And then there's a technical conflict, we think, in the paragraph G, referring to paragraph F. I see nods. So yeah, there's like this apples and oranges mixing of the two in those two paragraphs that we think need to be corrected. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tavera, who's next?
Our next speaker is Franklin J. Franklin, are you there? Believe he may have left. Our next speaker is Kristen S.
Good evening. I want to thank you by including an exemption for the single family properties along Edgewood Drive.
Can you,
because I'm a
could you bring
homeowner.
the mic down a little closer to you, please? Thank you.
I'm a homeowner on Edgewood Drive, specifically on the creek side. So we appreciate the exemption, but we have I and my husband have three problems with this ordinance. So I know if we currently have a fence, we're allowed to fix it according to this new proposed ordinance. But if we were advised by our attorneys that if we changed anything about the fence, like we changed the materials, like when we're doing repairs, that is deemed a new fence. And so we have issue with the new fencing having to go through all these new requirements for director approval or slope stability. Because if we want to repair our current fence that's there, and we have to change any of the material, that is deemed a new fence according to this new ordinance. So allowing us to maintain it doesn't really happen, because if anything has to change, it is deemed a new fence, and we can't keep our current fence in any way, shape, or form. And also there's this reference to a biologist that has been helping them come up with this plan and with these new numbers for like the setback. We've asked through public records for this biologist's name, much less the study. We've gotten nothing, and now they're claiming privilege. So we don't understand why we are required to give up so much of our property for the environment, because we're not actually sure what is being told, what this person's requirements are, or any of these things. And I also object to the 30-foot step back, because where it is right now, it's fine. And we don't mind the 25 along with all the other neighbor municipalities. But if you add it to 30, I lose 30% of my yard. And when I bought my property, I didn't know I was going to lose 30% of my yard for the environmental reason that I'm not even sure of what it's about. So I have a lot of objections to that. And especially the new language saying that I can't plant certain plants in my backyard, even though the city of Palo Alto says I can. But now with this new ordinance, you're saying I can't do anything with the back of my property, because I need to have, I guess, these special plants now, and not the ones that have already been approved. So that was it, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dashell L. You may now speak.
Hello, my name is Dashell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We support the draft Stream Corridor Protection Ordinance, and we ask that you recommend that the City Council adopt this ordinance. In our joint letter with the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, we included some improvements, which I'll reiterate tonight briefly, which we hope you include in your recommendation. Number one would be to restrict the development of recreational trails to one side of natural riparian corridors. This recommendation comes from the 2030 Comprehensive Plan Program N3.3.3 which states, quote, "For all creeks, update the stream corridor protection ordinance to minimize impacts on wildlife by limiting the development of recreational trails to one side of natural riparian corridors," end quote. These corridors are crucial to local biodiversity and to wildlife mobility, and we should ensure that wildlife have access to these critical areas by not enclosing both sides of the corridor with trails. Our second recommendation is to prevent the siting of impervious structures within the setback area. This recommendation also comes from the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, Program N 3.3.1, which describes updating the stream setback in the Riparian Corridor Protection Ordinance, which would prohibit the siting of buildings and other structures, including impervious surfaces. The current draft allows for 25% of the setback area or 2,500 square feet, whichever is less, to be paved with impermeable material. We believe the standard is excessive. It can undermine the creek protection goals and could lead to the continued channelization and reduction in habitat value. In general, the conservation plan provides extensive guidance and justification for the provisions of this ordinance, such as Goal N-3, conservation of both natural and channelized creeks and riparian areas as open space amenities, natural habitat areas, and elements of community design. Policy N-3.2, prevent the further channelization and degradation of Palo Alto's creeks. Policy N-3.4, recognize that riparian corridors are valued environmental resources whose integrity provides vital habitat for fish, birds, plants, and other wildlife, and carefully monitor and preserve these corridors, end quote. These streams are a lifeline for wildlife whose habitat has been systematically destroyed and divided. Creeks such as San Francisco Creek and Matadera Creek are ancient living ecosystems that are thousands and thousands of years old. When we make decisions that channelize our streams or add impervious systems or block access to wildlife, it may feel small to us to build a structure here, to add a little bit of concrete there, but these decisions add up. And without adequate protections in place, we will eventually lose this precious and essential habitat in the blink of an eye compared with the total lifespan of these streams. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Tom F.
So good evening, Chair Aiken, Vice Chair Chang, and honorable commissioners. I live in Palo Alto along Edgewood Drive, immediately adjacent to San Francisco Creek. I want to begin by expressing my strong support for staff's inclusion of an exemption for single-family residences on Edgewood to address the long-standing concerns raised by residents, including myself, about safety and privacy along the creek. Nonetheless, I ask you to address three specific and critical issues. First, I oppose the new prohibition on new fences in the slope stability area. As was discussed earlier, that would include new fences on properties without them, but it would also include properties that are looking to change the fence, change the materials of the fence, or change the fence height. Fences are fundamental to protection of people and property, and new fencing should not require discretionary approval by the Director of Public Works, nor a slope stability study. Homeowners along Edgewood already face significant crime and quality of life challenges with unhoused persons. The safety and security of my family should not be a discretionary election by a member of city staff. Additionally, the SFC JPA's proposed flood walls, documented through multiple engineering studies, clearly establishes the creek's bank is stable. A slope stability study for a simple homeowner's fence is unnecessary. I therefore ask the PTC to remove the word fences from section 1840-140 G3. Second, I oppose the new restrictions on landscaping in the slope stability area. Earlier, you asked whether or not there were changes to Edgewood properties. The answer was no. Yet, in fact, this part of the proposed code does change. The staff report states this ordinance is required to address stability and erosion. The addition of this new restriction is unrelated to stability. Homeowners should not be forced to decorate their yards inside of fencing with riparian vegetation. I therefore request 140 G1 and G2 maintain the existing landscaping restrictions which already address erosion and protect the ecosystem. Third, the stream side setback should be no more than 25 feet in urban areas, not 30 feet. This is consistent with neighboring cities. It is unfair to ask homeowners to surrender such a huge portion of their backyard for such a nebulous purpose. In addition, I ask the ordinances be cleaned up to remove confusing text in sections G and G1. This would clarify the applicable requirements and exceptions. Please see the red lines from our attorneys at Mannett, as well as the separate document from Edgewood Neighborhood Alliance. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your responsiveness to the concerns raised by those negatively impacted by this proposed ordinance. With these minor but critical revisions, I would be able to support the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rod H.
Members of the commission, my name is Rod Howard. I'm a longtime resident of the area, worked in Palo Alto for more than 15 years. I currently live in the adjacent neighborhood of Menlo Oaks. My wife lived in Palo Alto for more than 20 years and continues to own a residential property in Palo Alto. My interest, I have no direct or immediate economic interest in the matters before the commission. My interest is more general, an interest in the legal and policy issues in these matters and the precedents that they may set. In this regard, let me note that I have been a longtime supporter, member, and donor of a number of leading environmental organizations, including the Nature Conservancy, the Natural Resources Defense Council, the Environmental Defense Fund, the Yosemite Conservancy, the Peninsula Open Space Trust. I've even been a donor to the Sierra Club and the Audubon Society, which are organizations that I believe have been involved in the matters before the commission. Nonetheless, I do not support the positions taken by the Sierra Club and the Audubon Society on these matters. I do support the positions of the Edgewood Neighborhood Alliance on these matters. Briefly, in my view, new fencing should not require director approval. A slope stability study or a 5-foot setback from the bank along the San Francisco Creek. A 5-foot fence setback invites encampments, trespass, and activities that are either unsafe or illegal. Fences are fundamental to privacy, protection of people and property, and should not be the subject of discretionary approval, which implies not just approval, but possible disapproval, conditions, and delay. Ornamental planting should be allowed inside of fencing in backyards consistent with current ordinances. The streamside setback should be 25, not 30 feet in urban areas, in my view, consistent with fairness and neighboring cities setbacks. The exception criteria likewise should be relaxed to allow exceptions as long as they do not unreasonably impair the streamside environment. Greater requirements and restrictions are, in my view, unnecessary and unwise and set bad precedents for with possible implications for other neighborhoods, not only in Palo Alto, but beyond and other waterway corridors. Finally, the exemption of the Edgewood properties seems like a reasonable balancing of interests and recognizes their distinct urban and residential character. Different treatment for different parts of the creek seems reasonable and appropriate as a matter of policy and is likely even required as a matter of law.
This concludes your.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeffrey S.
Good evening, Chair Aiken, members of the commission. In February, I wrote to the commission that I was very concerned that the ordinance proposed in October would galvanize homeowner opposition to flood control improvements along San Francisco Creek on Edgewood Drive. And I remain concerned. Since February, when what I described then as a highly charged, decades-long flood control effort has now become quite contentious. In May, the Joint Powers Authority, that's JPA, finally presented 4 flood control project alternatives for Reach 2. That's from Highway 101 to Middlefield Road Bridge. And as expected, each alternative involves significant stretches of flood walls. Menlo Park's representative surprised his JPA colleagues at the meeting, asserting that the community does not want flood walls. In June, Valley Water announced it would slow walk its share of funding for this year's Reach 2 planning and design budget and reconsider it this fall. In July, that's last month, Menlo Park's representative wrote to his constituents that, quote, JPA staff have been too focused on appeasing competing groups of Palo Alto residents. One group appears opposed to any action by the JPA, especially actions that would impact their private property, while another group believes the JPA should pursue the most aggressive flood mitigation options, end quote. Now, you add to this mix the rumor that's been circulating among a few Edgewood residents that the ordinance before you is a pretext by Palo Alto to set aside a swath of the backyards of the creek of Edgewood in order to facilitate flood reduction improvements. The last thing we need is more resistance. For that reason, I would urge you to retain the Edgewood exemption from the stream side setback. And I think it's important to understand that the concern here comes from a feeling of being under siege from a series of initiatives from the city that are very well-meaning, but that require quite a bit of vigilance and diligence on the part of residents along this creek. The bird safe ordinance, which in its most recent draft would require 90% glass coverage for homes within 300 feet of natural creeks. Again, focusing on the creeks. And then third, the outdoor lighting ordinance. And we fought very hard, and we feel that we were heard with respect to a security exemption with respect to the crime coming from our backyards. But you have to understand that there's a whole series of factors that are coming to bear on this area. And so we would appreciate if you would consider the Edgewood exemption as being fundamental. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer L. Jennifer L., you may now speak. Jennifer,
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Jennifer Lynch. I'm a partner at the law firm Manat, Phelps & Phillips, and I'm speaking on behalf of my clients, Tom and Kristen Fountain, who live along Edward Drive. And they spoke earlier tonight, and I want to reiterate how appreciative we are of staff's proposed exemption for single-family properties along Edgewood Drive. But I think the Commissioner's clarifying questions earlier tonight clearly show that this isn't ready for prime time. I think Commissioner Templeton is exactly right in asking for more detail and connecting the dots. And that's important not just for everyone to understand what this ordinance actually does, but it's a legal requirement to prove that as a public agency, we're not acting arbitrarily. Nonetheless, if the Commission does want to move this forward to the Council, I submitted a letter to the Commission earlier this week requesting a small number of revisions that at the very least we think need to be incorporated. Specifically, we're requesting that the Commission revise some confusing language in subsection G and subsection H1 that could confuse a reader into thinking that some aspects of the stream side setback and the stream side setback exception process apply to Edgewood Drive properties. The staff report is clear, and staff said earlier tonight that this was not their intent. So we hope you'll consider and incorporate our proposed red lines to section G and H1 so that there's no confusion down the road. Next, we want to object to staff's tightening of restrictions applicable within the slope stability area, especially those that are unrelated to slope stability and safety. So earlier this evening, Commissioner Chang asked Ms. Chaw whether anything changes for the homes on Edgewood, and Ms. Chaw responded that nothing changes, but that's not correct. So first, the staff has inserted the word fences into what is now subsection G3. So subsection G3, which lays out what's prohibited in the slope stability area, is taken from the existing code, except staff has now inserted the word fences here, which is not in the existing language and which we do not think is appropriate or related to slope stability. So that is something that changes for the Edgewood Drive residents under the draft as it's currently written. Second, we object to the tightening of the vegetation and landscaping restrictions that apply within the slope stability area. Again, earlier tonight, Ms. Cha said that nothing changes for Edgewood residents, but that is not correct. The existing code already includes restrictions on landscaping within the slope stability area. The draft ordinance before you tonight tightens these up. It adds further prohibitions. This is in the new subsection G1 and G2. These are additional restrictions that aren't related to slope stability or safety, which is the intended purpose of the slope stability area. So we ask that you incorporate our proposed revisions to these sections as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diane M. Diane M., you may now speak.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Diane McCoy, and I'm a resident of over 40 years in Palo Alto, including the year 1998 of the flood in our area. I live down near Greer. I live on Greer down near Edgewood. I would like to give my support to the Planning and Development Committee's efforts to preserve the natural vegetation and habitats in the creek area in this project, including the 30-foot setback and no less. It also would protect the integrity of the creek bank and manage and maintain public access by way of a trail. It's important to continue with all aspects of this plan to protect this riparian ecosystem with exceptionally high diversity of species, not just plants, but animals as well. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shawnee K.
Good evening. I'm Shani Kleinhaus. I'll try and cover the notes that I took this evening. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm the environmental advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance. We used to be Audubon, now we're Bird Alliance. I'm on the PRC. I do not speak for the PRC. And I wanted to say, and I was on the Community Advisory Committee when the comprehensive plan was put together. So I know what the intent was, and I think I heard a lot of voices, and some of them are, and I just want to first thank staff for trying to simplify the previous draft. I understand that there's still some concerns, especially at Edgewood, and I think they should be looked at. But I would like to say a few things about why this came about, because I don't think that was clear. And what is the intent of riparian corridors? And I want to say that the science is immense. If anybody is interested, I'm happy to send you a lot of documents about why setbacks are really, really important. And to some of the questions here as to, oh, did we ask, this or that agency, how wide should a setback be? They'll tell you to put a mile if you could. Every one of them. So they will want as much as possible, because the reason why we have flooding is there's not enough room for the water to go. So what is the purpose of stream corridors? One is ecological protection from, and flooding is one of those things, but not the only one. We have a lot of different pollutants that can come into a creek. So having a riparian corridor, you can plant it, you can reduce the pollutant load. So water quality comes into play. And that water quality goes into bay and to the ocean. So there's a lot of, the streams, that, as we know, they're not just one little pond. They really have a lot of impact. And habitat for wildlife, obviously, is one of those things. So the setbacks are really intended to provide for the health of the environment, the health of the people, and mitigate the potential flooding impact. So I can't talk to everything. I only have like 40 seconds left. So I would just say that one of the things that, in addition to the letter that we sent you, and I hope you look at, and Dash covered it, the suggestion of exempting parcels of certain size, whether it's 20,000 square feet or an acre in the Baylands or in the foothills, that would be a really big problem if it's an exemption, because you don't know how important ecologically that parcel is. I can see using some process to approve something like that in some cases, but not as an exemption, given that we really don't know that it's not a really important piece of the puzzle of the ecological system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sanjeev W.
Good evening, Commissioners. I live on Edgewood Drive. I want to start by saying I support the exemption to the homes along Edgewood Drive. I want to start by saying that I really don't understand the purpose of this ordinance versus what is in existence today. If it is to support the habitat in the creek, then perhaps the first step should be to actually clean up the creek. If anybody's walked along the edge of the creek, you can see the amount of junk in there. Clearly not a great environment for the habitat in the creek. On fences, I think the proposal is very burdensome. During the heavy rains of December 31st, a couple of years ago, a tree from East Palo Alto fell across the creek and took my whole fence out. If I had to get approval to rebuild that fence, which would have taken several weeks because I wanted to change the material there, it would have left my property completely exposed for several weeks, which obviously wasn't great for safety. And obviously, safety of a family is important, and compromising that is not a great situation. I also want to end by asking a question. The creek borders Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and East Palo Alto. Is this ordinance being considered in the other towns? Because if it is not, then this thing is completely moot because they're not going to have any ordinance that supports what you guys are trying to do over here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chia C.
Good evening, Commissioner. So my name is Cici. So have been living here in Palo Alto since 2013, but we just recently bought our property at the Bryan Street, which is next to Matadora Creek. So as you know, most of the property in Midtown, Matadora Creek, they are more like a narrow lot and small lot. So, and the intention we bought the property is for our 3 kids that is growing up, and we like to build our first home. And we realized that with this new setback of 30 feet, from the original 20 feet, slope stability, it take 1/3 of the width of our property away. So it's actually make the property not very functional when you think about it, a 50 feet lot width with 30 feet setback from the creek, right? So that's kind of one of the concerns I like to bring it up. And obviously, I mean, there are other reasons which I did some survey and trying to understand the background and the reason for that. But what we can say is that the hardened and channelized creek, such as the one that at Matadero and few others as well, are fundamentally different from natural creeks, right? So I heard a lot of discussion about why we need to have the setback to protect natural habitat. But for engineering flood control channels like the Matadero, this is very little impact, if none. So that's first reason. And the primary function of these channels is really for stormwater and flood control, and not really for ecological enhancement. And we have seen that in a lot of the report. And the current ordinance provides the 20 feet slope stability protection. So we believe this is effective to maintain the bank integrity and the public safety for these engineered channels. And the risk like erosions are really minimized for this concrete lining, and meaning the 20-foot buffer that we have today is sufficient. And increasing the 30 feet setback in this environment, especially in the urban environment, is really significant burdens for a lot of homeowners like us, right? I heard about over 700 property got impacted. I'm not sure how many of those are smaller lot like our house. So once they've realized, many of them did not realize, when they realize this is going to be a lot of economical issues as well. So in conclusion, so here I would like to, really hope that we can keep the current setback at 20 feet. This is evidence-based and effective, and really resolve what we have today in terms of the issue that we want to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Tavera. Just a second, I'm making a note here and then we'll move to discussion. Okay, it's time to enter the commission discussion phase. I would like to ask, as we discuss, that you keep a couple of possibilities in mind. One is whether you are more inclined to have a fundamental review of the draft. For example, is it essential to differentiate between natural and channelized streams? Something that would be a fairly major fundamental change. Or whether you'd like to proceed with the existing draft, but with the incremental changes that have been discussed in many of the comments that we've heard tonight. So just if you would please opine on some of those options in addition to whatever else you would like to say. Let's begin with Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner Heckman.
As they used to say in the old commercial, ¿por qué no los dos? So, anyway, I will start by reflecting on the public comment, and then I will answer your specific questions about direction. I want to say thank you. I know some people have had to leave and get their kids to bed, but really the amount of engagement we're having from the community members on every aspect of this issue is really, really inspiring to me. And so I appreciate everybody coming out and staying through our lengthy discussions, but it's because we care. So thank you for being here and being a part of this conversation. And also thank you to staff. I know we asked a lot of tough questions tonight, but I hope that public comment reinforced that some of those questions are indeed reflective of what's happening in the community and how people are feeling. I am sincere in saying that I think a little bit of both, so I'm not sure I can fit myself into one category or the other. I do think the Edgewood exception is excellent. I'm really glad that staff developed it. And I think we've had some really actionable feedback on how to improve that so that we could potentially come to some recommendation in that area. I do appreciate also the comments about the channelized creeks and how different they are and how confusing it is to try to apply some of the principles that are guiding the discussion around naturalized creeks to these properties as well. And especially when we think about the volume of properties, the quantity that will be affected, it's something we need to take seriously and understand the implications of recommendations like this and talk about it. And I'm sure we will, because we have a wonderful, very engaged commission. So we'll get to that, but we do need to talk about that. So to answer the chair's question, so I think there's some tweaking we can do on the Edgewood, and I think there are some larger questions that we need to discuss as well. So specifically the ones that interest me, I'll start with Edgewood. Well, actually, let me start with the environmental feedback, because I think this was really important, and I really appreciate our two representatives of environmental organizations who spoke here tonight to help answer some questions that weren't included in the report, although they did come in a letter. I think Mr. Leeds reading through the words that we need to preserve these corridors is sort of in conflict with we need to change these corridors and make them different. So that's something I encourage staff to think about, because that is different than what we have received here as a staff recommendation. The fencing study, I think I have heard similar feedback in my own explorations of replacing fences, so I am inclined to believe some of the public comment from the lawyer and from the property owners that expressed concern over what it means to be a new, quote unquote, new fence. So I would like to hear from the other commissioners about it, especially the ones with legal backgrounds, what they think. But that concerns me deeply. We would want people to be able to replace broken, damaged, or even out of date fences easily on their own property. But especially considering that they're against a creek and how many kinds of incidents can happen where trees fall through a fence or perhaps some criminal activity damages the fence. So I would love to hear from staff about the planting of a specific set of riparian, approved riparian-friendly plants within the fence. It's an interesting observation from the residents, but it also makes me ask, why did we include that? And I would also like to hear from staff about the inclusion of the word fence in the part that was supposedly unchanged. Is this a good time for staff, or do you want to circle back after?
My preference would be to address it now while it's fresh rather than come back.
Sure, Chair, thank you for that suggestion. So the two questions that I posed are, why are you trying to regulate what plants someone is planting inside their fence on their own property? And also, why are we adding the word fence to the part that was supposedly unchanged?
So the second part, just to kind of provide, we do have language there that says building and structures, I believe. And then it says including but not limited to, and it lists some examples. And if it is not listed as part of this potential list of examples, it seemed like we're hiding, but structures basically defines in the code that includes fences as well. So we wanted to be as blatant and open as possible so that there's no gray area when somebody is trying to install something. So that's why there was a fences added, and especially because there was a lot of concern from the community members. So we just wanted to be open about it. That structures includes a lot of things, including fences. So we just wanted to clarify that. And then the first question about the planting, we're trying to, I think what the slope stability protection area added, it was sort of a process that we had combined a riparian corridor before that we had initially proposed in a draft ordinance and the slope stability area. Riparian buffer really focused on the riparian habitat and vegetation. So in the process, we have combined the requirements of the vegetation into the slope stability area. But it's something that supports the bank stability with those plants and vegetations. But if the Planning Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission feels that this is too onerous and too restrictive, we can definitely remove, or the recommendation can include some modification to these provisions.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that adding the clarifying example of a fence is really helpful. And I think that we have to determine a phrasing that will allow people to replace a fence and not count it as new. And then for the plants, I think we'd need to evaluate, or maybe council would need to evaluate whether or not that needs to be regulated versus recommended. There's a lot of, for example, efforts to encourage people in the city to plant drought tolerant or local yards, but it's not required. And so understanding about, getting people on board and figuring out how to implement our goal, which is to stabilize those banks, might have to start with education, right? And promotions and other ways to get people to voluntarily plant the plants that you're looking for. Perhaps there are some ways to restore the natural beauty and add these plants in ways that we hadn't thought about. I keep thinking about Sunset Magazine, right? All the beautiful landscapes they've had. And, there are ways to get people on board that are not, that don't begin with a regulation or a demand. So that's some recommendations. For now, I'm going to leave it out, probably have more comments later, but I want to give everyone else a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Commissioner Heckman next, then Vice Chair Chang.
Thank you. So I want to start by echoing Commissioner Templeton's appreciation of the public and their participation in the process of this ordinance. Not only tonight, the public written comments that came in advance tonight, and the participation in the community meeting. I think 63, I think I read 63 maybe residents attended. So this ordinance affects many of you directly, 783 plus 139 of you specifically. And so it's really important that you have that feedback. I also want to acknowledge staff's efforts. They are trying to thread a very tough needle here. They are hearing from the community. They have this general plan policy. They are hearing from the environmental community. And I think there has been significant progress made from our last meeting in October. I don't necessarily agree with all of staff's conclusions, but it doesn't mean they're wrong. That just means I have a different view. And so I think staff has done really good work in bringing this, in making some changes and bringing this to us. So I've got a lot to talk about. I'm going to break it into two pieces, two rounds. In this first one, I want to talk about the 30-foot distance, flood walls, and fences. At the October meeting, where the number was 40 feet, but we had this diagram of what a lot of the other jurisdictions are doing, and what a lot of their regulations are either 20 or 25 feet. And that's reprinted from October on packet page 127. There are, and they're virtually all, other than Novato, 20 or 25 feet. Some of them are actually measured from the center of the creek, and that could be even less than 20 or 25 feet. So I asked the question in October, what is it about Palo Alto's creeks that makes them more sensitive than the creeks in all these other jurisdictions that would require 40 feet or some greater distance? And there wasn't an answer at that time. And so I encouraged that when this came back to us, to have an answer. And so, and I think an effort was made in the staff report to do that. But I guess I'm going to say I wasn't persuaded. The general plan program N3.1, 3.3.1 does use the number 30 feet, but it's in an entirely different context. What that is saying is out in the rural areas, which are really on the other side of Foothill, where you have a 150-foot setback, the 30 feet closest to the creek, that should really be riparian plantings to have a lush riparian corridor in that wide open area, right? That concept is inapplicable in the urban area. And so I don't see that reference to 30 feet being a justification for 30 feet here. And then Ms. Cha did a nice job of explaining sort of the dialogue with the biologist and how there is no magic number, but we've got the 40 feet here. We got the water district saying they like 30. They got the ordinances 20. 30, more is better. And 30 seemed like a good number. But that's only half the equation, because the other half of the equation is asking the property owners, how much of your yard don't you want to use? Do you want to use? Because I'm pretty sure that almost all property owners would say more is better. And so that's really what we have to balance here is two obvious things, like, the more undeveloped area you have adjacent to a creek, the better it's going to be for wildlife. But the less good it's going to be for the people who are already there. And this city is built. We are all built to all the creeks in the urban area. And so, Palo Alto is the, Tree City USA, and that's well deserved, but we are not built to be in the running for Stream City USA. And so I don't see the benefit to going to 30 feet. Frankly, I haven't seen the science to go past 20, but I recognize that a number of cities have done that. And I hear a lot of the public comments saying 25 is okay. And I thought that was really civically minded, that people who actually stand to lose 5 feet of usable area, or not lose it, but have its use limited, are willing to sort of contribute that for the good of our natural environment here in Palo Alto. So as this goes forward, I'm not going to be, unless somebody shows me the science that every other city has missed, I'm not going to be able to support 30 feet, but I could support 25. On the flood walls, this is another issue that we brought up in October. So where you have a flood wall, that is an impermeable structure, right? And it goes down many feet into the ground. And the whole point of it is to stop the communication of activities on one side of the flood wall with the other. It's keeping all of the water that's in the creek on that side of the wall. And so what you do on the other side of a flood wall really can't have much effect because that flood wall is there. So, but the explanation, and so staff addressed that, and the explanation was, well, if we excluded all the properties with flood wall, then we'd be excluding most of the properties in Palo Alto. And I guess and I don't mean to be flippant, my attitude is, well, then that's what we need to do. Because if we can't truly benefit significantly the riparian atmosphere behind a flood wall, then we shouldn't be imposing regulations on the property owners behind those flood walls as though we do. And so I think that the people behind flood walls should be exempt. And and again, this might be making too much of the language. I think in the staff report, it said, so many properties were protected by flood walls. I don't know if that means the same as behind flood walls, or like there are some that aren't behind a flood wall, but they're somehow protected by a flood wall. I'm really talking about the areas behind a flood wall. So that's, so I think that we should not be applying rules for activities behind flood walls. Finally, on the fences, I do agree with Ms. Cha's comments that in the many jurisdictions that I work in, the term structures generally includes fences, unless it says it doesn't. And so I do look at that as a clarifying, not really a change in what the ordinance does, but just a clarification of what it has always done. And so I don't really have an issue with that because it's not a change. Regarding the difference between replacing a fence and building a new fence, I guess I look at it this way. If I've got a 6-foot redwood fence and it's dilapidated, a tree falls on it, whatever, under this ordinance, I'm going to have a choice. I can replace it with a 6-foot redwood fence. No discretionary review, right? I just go do it. But if I want that fence to be taller or change it to a masonry fence, then I'm going to have to go through a discretionary review, but the owner has the choice. And I think that's a fair balance here. Basically, we're accepting everything as legal nonconforming with a full right to replace, it's sometimes called in kind, like for like, yeah. And so I think that strikes a balance here, because what you have out there today may have different impacts from something different that you might want to put on. For example, the load bearing of a 7-foot masonry wall might be quite different from the load bearing of your existing 6-foot redwood fence. And so I think that's a fair balancing of these things. So I'm going to stop there. Although I will answer, I think it kind of answered indirectly that I can't really, I don't know that the changes are so fundamental that we should be starting over. I kind of didn't look at it that way, and so I wasn't really able to sort of pull back and just take that view. So I'm really interested in hearing what all the commissioners have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Chang.
Thanks, everyone. And in particular, thank you to all the members of the public for sticking it out through our lengthy clarifying questions, and really value the comments that everybody has shared with us, because I think it brought up some interesting points that may not quite have been staff's intent. In particular, I'm thinking about one, the impact of an Edgewood neighbor needing to build a new fence. While I was there, I saw an empty lot that didn't have a fence, and there are very real security concerns. And then two, the comment brought up by, I believe, the attorney, Jennifer L., who mentioned that there is a change to what Edgewood neighbors have to do because of the riparian vegetation that would now be required inside their existing fence. So I think that those might be points that were not intended based on the staff answers to my questions during the clarifying round. Could staff just speak to that right now?
So about the plants, if somebody would like to plant something, then if the draft ordinance is adopted as is right now, we're not asking them to plant it there. But if somebody would like to plant something, we are asking them to let me just go there to see. Consider some of the options that so we're asking them if they want to plant something that no ornamental should be within the slope stability. Slope stability area, while as I was I think answering Commissioner Templeton's question, it was so the slope stability in riparian corridor was combined together since the last draft. And in the process, we have added some of the additional sort of vegetation requirements. We carried that over to the slope stability because it was kind of helping the bank stability as well with the vegetation. So within the slope stability area, initially in the existing regulations, we do allow, I believe, if I were some planting of vegetation if they get an exception approved. I can try to remember that. So initially, I think within the slope stability area, because the bank stability was the core, sort of the reason why the stream ordinance was established. We were just trying to add fortify so that it meets with the comprehensive plan policies. But as I have explained, if this is something that is too restrictive, the commission can modify the provisions before recommending or forwarding to the city council.
Okay, well then I'll take a big step back. And what I will say is this, I think that I understand and agree with the need to protect our riparian corridors. They are, even in urbanized areas, important corridors for wildlife. Doesn't matter if it's lush or not. In my channelized creek, I see ducks. I know that there's also manner of other animals that also use that channelized creek as a corridor. And I do remember last time this came before the PTC, I asked about why we're trying to preserve or why we're trying to encourage riparian vegetation and preserve what riparian vegetation there is alongside channelized creeks. And the answer was that that vegetation provides shade for the water and the area inside the creek. So while we may not have um, while we may not have the lush vegetation around the creek as in their naturalized creek, what vegetation is there is still remains important because it preserves what limited environment we have. What I will say is this. I think that there seems to be, based on the lack of questions, agreement on the commission about the ordinance as it applies to the rural areas, so the areas west of Foothill and the Baylands, or broad agreement at least there. And I would hate to see that part delayed, mainly because that is the lowest hanging fruit. It is also the greatest bang for the buck. And we've also seen projects come before the PTC where had this ordinance been in place, we wouldn't have had structures built far too close to the creek. So I'm hoping that, if we can't come to agreement on other details, we can at least state in the affirmative our agreement on the ordinance for those rural areas. Second, with respect to the staff recommendation that we extend the exemption in the Baylands and west of Foothill to the 1 acre lots, I am very concerned about that, mainly because we don't know exactly how many lots would then be how many more lots would be completely exempt. And also because, again, that is where we get the most bang for the buck in terms of the environmental protections. And so because we have a variance process and because Mr. Yang answered my questions in a way that made me feel comfortable with the variance process that we have in place, I would feel much more comfortable if we actually made if we didn't exempt any lots, 20,000 square feet or 1 acre. So I really think that in those highly, highly sensitive areas, there's a lot more to protect and that we have a variance process in place. And should the protections present a hardship for the resident, that those exceptions will be made.
Vice Chair, if I may jump in to clarify, the 20,000 square foot or 1 acre, that was not intended to be an exemption or an exception. It was that instead of requiring the 150-foot setback, which is pretty extreme if you're looking at a lot that's less than an acre, that it would be reduced to be the same 30-foot streamside setback as is common with other lots in the urbanized area.
So I think I'm more comfortable with it at 20,000, not comfortable with it at an acre, but I just don't know how many we are talking about here. And again, there's a variance process in place. And so
if it's okay through the chair, we do actually have a map that illustrates why staff is recommending this. At whatever point you're ready in this discussion.
Sure, let's look at it now. I think that it's best to do it while we're fresh, but I apologize to the other commissioners if this is not an area of interest. So maybe I'll defer to the chair who's in the room and can maybe read the room better.
No, I think we should go ahead and take a look at the map.
Okay, great.
Okay, let me just quickly set this up to share. So just to let you know, this is a working map. So hopefully this is legible enough. I'll remove the aerial map. So this is showing impacted parcels with the 150-foot buffer. And we were looking at some of the parcels that were significantly impacted. And we were worried that if we were to use 20, actually, if we were to use 20,000, it'll basically capture none of the impacted parcels because these are all RE zoning district, real estate zoning district. And as I said, the 1 acre is a minimum lot size um, that we were a little bit comfortable increasing it to that so that it captures some, if not, it may not be all, but it will capture some of them. But so this particular neighborhood will be, it's more of an urban setting than hillside and open space because of how it's been developed with single family homes, although it is a larger size lot area.
And
But
Kelly,
looking at this, yes.
I'm going to jump in just to explain what we're looking at here. For this is a neighborhood at the corner of Arrastradero Road and Foothill Expressway. The parcels that are highlighted in yellow touch on that 150-foot setback. The light blue shading is the 150-foot setback that's required in the current draft ordinance of these parcels because they are on this side of Foothill Expressway. And you can see that for many of these parcels, a significant portion, for many of them, more than 50% of the lot is covered by that 150-foot setback from the stream as estimated here. And then the numbers that you see there are the lot sizes on square footage. So you need to remember that an acre is approximately 43,000 square feet. And so you can see that many of these are hovering around just under an acre. They would not have, I don't think any of these are less than 2,000 or 20,000 square feet, which was our original recommendation. Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Char, go ahead and continue if you had more.
No, that was
Well, thank you both for this very enlightening map. I wish we had been able to see this beforehand. I think it's hard to come up with the right number in terms of 30 feet, 150 feet on the fly. I can see the problem that is here, but I would also say that a 1 acre lot is quite large. And to the extent possible, we should be encouraging the development of standing structures and living structures to be away from as far as possible away. And I'm not certain that in this area with large lots and natural streams that 30 feet, what we have in the urbanized area is sufficient. Like this is exactly the type of area that we should be protecting. Now, I don't know what is onerous for the land, for the property owners. I do hear loud and clear and also agree with members of the public that have spoken that we really need to balance the environmental protections with what is appropriate in the area. And so I don't have a solution, but I'm not sure that the 30 feet is the right thing here. And so I think I would still prefer kind of a variance process, but I can understand why staff said that 20,000 is not sufficient. And maybe what we need to do is split the difference or something and say 75 feet or something like that. But I'm not quite sure. I just don't, I on the fly, I don't know what the right solution is. With that, I think I'll just stop and I want to hear what the other commissioners say. I want some clarification on comments from the public about a new fence versus replacing an existing fence. Because when I look at when I visited properties on Edgewood, some of the existing fences weren't great, right? They were like hurricane fences. And I can see how if a tree fell on one that you might want to just replace it, but maybe not with the hurricane fence, but there's a very real security concern with an encampment behind the fence. And so I want to balance kind of what's practical with what's I want to balance what's practical with what's protecting the integrity of the stream bank, as Commissioner Heckman was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo my fellow commissioners and say thank you to the public for taking the time. As many of the commissioners here know, I started out by being one of the member of public who would keep this commission here until midnight. So I am very acutely aware, and I really appreciate the patience from the public comment. Ms. Cha, if you have recalled my questions previously, I'd like to follow up and wonder, other than the neighborhood of the map that you just showed, how many of the 139 are within the 20,000 feet amount?
Actually, there isn't any properties that are under 20,000 square feet. That's why while we were looking at the parcels again with the public comments, that we have discovered this and then included this modification request.
Okay, I didn't realize that there. So you're, just to clarify, you're saying there are 0 lots.
There are lots that are like under 1,000 square feet. Those are not like a buildable lots, and those might be some of the maintenance properties or easement properties, but actual like buildable, developable lots, there aren't any within the foothill area, especially when we were looking at it, because that was the focus in our sort of a review, because a lot of the foothill area is a larger size. And then when we were just looking at that, we were looking at the impacted parcels as well. So when we were looking at the impacted parcels, yes, there was no properties that would fit under that particular thresholds. And that is why staff recommended for modification.
Thank you. I think my main comment about this is that it seems like it would have been nice to have had the same due diligence for the other 783 parcels that are impacted by the streamside ordinance in the urban area. Because, for example, I think that diagram that you provided was great with the impact of the 150 feet. But as we heard today in public comment, right, I think someone mentioned that their lot is 50 feet, and so 30 feet would be 60%, right? A cut down of 150 feet setback to 30-foot setback would be an equivalent of reduction of the setback that an urban environment person would have to go from 30 feet to 6 feet, right? And as you probably know, if you are impacted by this ordinance, that a 6-foot setback and a 30-foot setback probably feel really different. So I would love to have seen more analysis on the other parcels that may have been impacted in the urban environment. I agree with Vice Chair Chang that I don't know if there's a magic number, although I am supportive of it seems like we have general alignment on the rural area. And I think 75 feet seems somewhat reasonable based on the diagram that you had, but don't want to provide any specific commentary without being able to see more analysis. Zooming out, trying to answer the chair's question about fundamental change or not, I think it's a little bit hard to say, because going through my chain of questions through tonight, I feel like the main conclusion I've come to is that I don't have enough information to provide the answers. I've asked a couple questions about the number of parcels impacted and the amount of biological impact of like having a 5-foot setback or a 30-foot setback or channelized versus unchannelized. I'm feeling like I don't have enough information to comment on that at this time. But I just want to echo my fellow commissioners' questions about the fencing in the urban environment. But generally, I'm supportive of having the stream side setbacks in the rural environment, but again, want to work through what exactly that magic number might be.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start off with big ideas. I heard Vice Chair Chang put out what sounded like an idea about splitting this into two motions. And I just want to say I'm supportive of that idea, that we look at the wildlands outside of Highway 101 and Foothill separately as a different vote from within the urban area between Highway 101 and Foothill. Because I agree that outside, you know, in the wildlands and the baylands, in the hillsides, I think this is a clear topic. Of course, the map we just saw there raised some questions, but I think those can be resolved. But within the urban area, listening to the public comment, things about lots being, you know, 2/3 of the lot being changed and what it's used for, camping sites and the 5-foot setback, the question about the San Francisco Creek, JPA, their silence, Silicon Valley Water, changing their plans regarding their flood calculations and the bridge. It's a fluid situation right now, and I don't think there's a rush necessarily to get anything done right now. And I'm probably, you know, the biggest supporter of the riparian setback you could have. I mean, I would love to have a riparian, you know, buffer zone, right? You know, we should try to buy all the properties on either side of these. I mean, you know, it's if possible. And then with the information, you know, we really don't have a corridor model. I mean, the closest we got to it was literally Microsoft Paint, I think, with a blue, you know, thing that I'm hoping is actually 150 feet. I don't know if we scaled it or not, but I'm assuming it's probably close. I think all that could be done without a lot of effort with a consultant, you know, just some 3D CAD type software, and we could see an actual corridor and overlay it with a geographical information system and just kind of look at what does this really look like. I mean, we're not talking about anything that complicated, a couple lines of code in Python maybe. And so I think that trying to balance the idea of the future that we all want to see, this environmental future, maybe undoing some bad decisions of the past, but then doing that at the expense of the present. You know, people live here right now. You know, I certainly don't have time in my life to be accommodating all these bigger ideas when I'm simply trying to just get by now. So I don't think there's anybody in the community that necessarily has that bandwidth to be giving up for the greater good now, when we clearly aren't in a rush to be making those decisions, and we certainly have incomplete information. So I would like to hear from the JPA and Silicon Valley Water a more coherent discussion, like what happens on the other side of the creek. Is there a parallel effort to what we have here? And so that's why I want to reiterate that I would like to see this split with a motion to separate this into two discussions. One we bring back at some time uncertain. The other one maybe we handle now for the Baylands. And so that is that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner James, we haven't heard from you in this round. Do you have anything you want to contribute?
Sure. I mean, I think there have been some great points here, and I'm not going to try and repeat them all, but I think, I guess I would agree that, you know, in the open areas, that there appears to be consensus, and it makes sense to me that could move forward in whatever way procedurally is best. I do think that the bar should be pretty high if you're trying to sort of take or control individual property owners' land. I think you need some pretty strong evidence to do that. I think, there are some things that just don't make sense to me that you would compel people to do riparian vegetation on the inside of their fence. That just on the face of it doesn't make any sense to me. If the bank is solid enough to put the fence, then it seems like that just doesn't add up for me. So I think we kind of want to do no harm to the riparian sort of greenway that is there, but I think we want to do no harm to the property owners. I mean, it is, as you said, this is developed. This is what we might want for this greenway and this important ecosystem. What we might want if there was nothing there, what we would spec for it, what we would want in terms of buffer zones and so forth, would be very different than we're trying to sort of retrofit it after it's sort of in this built neighborhood. I think the area is sort of in most question in the urban areas where there's a lot of channeling. To me, that doesn't seem like a natural stream. I guess I feel like, I feel like I am inclined to be conservative with 20 feet seeming like a better buffer to me than 30 or even than 25. I think that if you're gonna take more than that, I think you have to have more evidence than I feel like I've seen.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other lights, I'll make a few comments before the next round ensues. The reason I posed the questions that I did before the beginning of this round was that program in 3.3.2 is really pretty explicit about saying you should be treating the natural creeks and the channelized creeks differently. And in particular, setting different parameters for them. Now, if you buy that argument, then we're going about this in the wrong way. But I wanted to get a sense of how strongly people felt about that particular constraint. I came into this saying, I don't buy that as a requirement. I think incremental changes to what's been proposed in the draft are sufficient. And there really aren't very many, and many of them are not very controversial. Kind of trying to consolidate on the fly, I think there are 8, and probably 4 of them we all have broad agreement on, and the others could probably be worked out. But there is one remaining hurdle to get over that I think we probably also have agreement on before you could get to treating all of those individually. And that's, do you accept Edgewood as being special? I do, because as far as I can tell, the combination of hardened banks and a significant security issue together is what makes Edgewood unique. One of the proposals that came from public comment was you should extend this sort of special treatment to San Francisco Creek in general. And that really goes too far. I spent some time looking at the territory and at the topo maps for the stretch between Marlow and University. And not only is the creek really physically different there, but the structural, but the construction there is really different, including buildings that are absolutely on top of the bank, right? So there's, whether you go for a 20-foot setback, streamside setback, or a 40-foot streamside setback, makes no difference in a lot of that territory. It's already grandfathered. A lot of stuff is already grandfathered in. So I think Edgewood really is special. And once you accept that, then you can make some progress on a lot of the specifics. You could talk about whether you really have to have the 5-foot setback from top of bank to fence. You can talk about whether your stream side setback should be 20, 25, or 30. You can resolve the question of whether ornamental plantings inside fencing need to be riparian. Those are all fairly small questions that I suspect we could get some agreement on even tonight if you wanted to push through them. So that was why I was trying to see if there was interest in focusing at that level. All right, that's enough for me for this round. I'd like to hear the remainder from my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Heckman.
Thanks. I was waiting to see Commissioner Templeton led off the first round, and I know she held some comments, and I was waiting to see if she wanted to lead off round 2, since she's been waiting the longest.
You're so kind. I think I agree with the chair that we have had a really good discussion here tonight, and I don't think we differ that much. And I do think that Edgewood does deserve a call out, and I do think we need to be able to repair the egregious things. And I think we need to examine whether other properties also deserve a bit of a call out. And I'm not sure we're going to be prepared to have the 40, 30, 25, 20 argument tonight. So if what I hear you saying is, shall we work out what we can and then come back to do more? I'm concerned because we have a very, very full docket for the next eternity. But I might also fall asleep. So I stand with Commissioner Heckman about 20 seems reasonable, 25 seems reasonable, 30 starts to edge towards where's the data. I think before we regulate the plants, we need to demonstrate the plants, if that makes any sense. A little bit of the carrot before we get the stick. And then fencing, I fundamentally disagree with you, but Commissioner Heckman, I do understand what you're saying about the weight of the wall and the interaction of the wall with the landscape, but people need to be able to change if I change the orientation of the redwood slats, is that a new fence? Do I have to move it by 5 feet? Like where's the boundary? And that's what lacks clarity for me. Because, all the new modern look on your fencing being horizontal is really cool. You're not laughing. Yeah, goodness, this takes a lot to impress you.
I've got old fence that's horizontal, so what's old is new.
Oh, there you go. That's where I got the inspiration. Those are all easy to deal with, as the chair said. I think we could get through those tonight. What really is bothering me is this underlying conversation about I'm gonna use some uncharitable framing here, but what's performative and what's impact, what's gonna make a difference. And when we talk about improving the environmental health of our city, we need to know how do you know if you improved it if you don't have any measurement, any scientific approach, any data? And it's really elusive because a lot of these things, biology is not the easiest science to measure in some ways, and we have arguments about it all the time, right? We can't even, we're constantly changing our concepts of what things we thought we knew, right? So I think we should continue to pursue improving the health of our creeks. I think we can start by some of the basic things that our community has suggested, which is cleaning them, patrolling them, keeping them safe from criminal activity that could be far more damaging than what plant I put inside my fence. So like it's about perspective. So when I'm thinking about this, I want to find a way to embrace the values that we all share, which are protecting this environment, protecting this city, and protecting the people of the city and their property, right? All of these things are things we share as values. But when we look at this and we're finding ourselves all like in a tussle about it, I have to wonder what we can do to improve. And that's really what's underlying my feedback tonight is how do we work with staff? How do we work to provide good input and feedback to council so that they can come back and give us clearer direction? Because this is abstract. Make it better. We don't know what's wrong. What if we fix something that wasn't what was wrong? And this happens all the time in business, right? In art, right? In every aspect of life. So we have to think about the impact. And if our goal is to make something better, we have to know what it is that we're making better. So I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Commissioner Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. So to your issue about the exemption for Edgewood, I am supportive of that at its current reach rather than an expanded reach. I think there seems to be some logic into the demarcation that staff picked for that. And then this next point is a little bit related to the channelized versus natural. Because there is in our packet a letter from Regional Water Quality Control Board, where I thought they made some fairly cogent points about there are environmental values even in channelized creeks, and I thought they did a good job of that. And so I don't know whether those values are different enough from the natural creek that we want a whole separate set of guidelines. It's another complication. We could do it for sure. But I did also think it was interesting in that not even the Regional Water Quality Control Board tried to defend protecting riparian values behind flood walls. They made no effort to encourage us to do that. So that's really relates back to the flood wall. So the comments I want to, some different areas here, and I want to start with the findings because I've got some issues with those. So those appear on packet page 38. As I think Ms. Chop pointed out earlier, there was a slide that referred to detrimental or injurious, but that's not the standard. It appears on 38 and 39. So I think all of these are potentially problematic. The first one is no reasonable alternative. One of the public speakers spoke about this. So imagine I want to put a concrete patio in my backyard along the creek, 10 by 10, and 6 feet of that 10 feet are in the stream side setback area, whether it's 25 or 30, 6 of the 10 feet are, right? Well, I can't make that finding because if I reduce it to 9, it can't be reduced to 9. So that's 9 by 10, right? But that can't be approved because I can reduce it to 8 and so forth until I'm out of it. And so I think that there's, the reasonable alternative here is avoid it by doing a 4 by 10 patio. And so I just think this needs more thought into something that is actually workable because I know that's the intent of staff is to have some kind of mechanism that is not objective because there's just a myriad of issues that could come up of things that people want to do in the setback area. But that one is not ready to go. The next one, special circumstances. So this is essentially a variance finding, and I think Mr. Yang referenced that earlier. And it's kind of funny. So you have to have a special circumstance so that the stream side ordinance doesn't, that you can get an exception from it. Well, I have handled in my career a number of variances, and I would say that more of those variances than any other, the special circumstance was there was a creek running through the property. And because there's a creek running through the property, I couldn't get a house of reasonable size, back far enough on the lot or far enough from one of the side yard setbacks. And so here, is the creek the special setback? Because if it is, then this finding really does nothing. And if it's not, then I don't know what would be. And then the third finding is you have to have a qualified biologist prepare an assessment. And so for this, I wanted to ask Ms. Cha if we know the approximate cost, and again, this would apply to even, I think, locating a new fence in the stream setback area. Ms. Cha, do we know what the estimated cost to have a biologist prepare the kind of study that's contemplated here?
Yes, we have consulted our project team biologist who actually does this kind of work also. And he had a lot of caveats because it may be different. It varies depending on how close the property is located or project is located to a stream, and a lot of variables can impact, but what he has provided was a range of $2,000 to $5,000.
Okay, so that's helpful. So I think it's just that's good knowledge for us to know that's what it takes to build a new fence. If a new fence is to be one of the things that requires an exception, or just a concrete patio. All right, so I feel like the findings need more work. Next, I'm going to talk about the ornamental plants. I think that regulation should be limited to the stream side of the existing fence, right? So if it's in your yard, it doesn't apply. But if your fence is not all the way to the creek bank, and there's a room behind there, then if you want to plant, and I don't know why anybody would want to plant behind a solid fence, but if they did, those can't be ornamental. So that's what I think is a good solution there. Now I want to talk about the rural areas, and I want to start in the Baylands because there's an area I brought up in October that is going to be subject to this ordinance, and I don't think it works. And so, Ms. Cha, can you bring up the Google Earth for where Adobe Creek crosses 101? It's right by Elwell Court, and there's a bike trail up there that runs back to the Saline Lake. That's it. A little bit north, yes, where it says Recor Medical. I'm going to get to the end of the buildings along 101. So bring the map, slide it downward a little bit. Keep going down, a little bit more. Right there. Okay, that's good. So you can see that pond along 101 right above the words East Bay Shore, right? Okay, and then below that, that's Adobe Creek. And now if we can kind of zoom in to the buildings that are, right, yeah, you're pointing at it, zoom in. So I raised this issue last time. This is Elwell Court, and this cluster of buildings here, you can see the creek, and you can see there's a paved trail next to it, but at least the front buildings and possibly part of the back, the buildings farther from the creek, they're all within 150 feet. And so they immediately become legal nonconforming. Now I was thinking maybe we get protection from the ordinance where if you're separated from the stream by a public or private street or alley or paved public trail, which this is, or service road, However, it has to be wider than 10 feet. And I wrote that today, and I'm pretty sure it's 8 feet wide. And so it doesn't qualify for the exception. This cluster of buildings, and I think this is the only cluster of buildings on the bay side where this is an issue. And so I think there has to be, maybe it's the 30 feet here, or some treatment that doesn't make these buildings legal non-conforming the day we adopt the ordinance.
Don't these flood like a lot? The reason I'm asking is because maybe it's non-compliant for a reason. But if I recall, I used to have a daycare over there I took my daughter to, and it floods a lot.
So there is a daycare that
is a little further up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's up closer to where Embarcadero crosses. Okay. So I've been.
I could be wrong. I'm just that was a question. Yeah. It doesn't that flood a lot. So yeah.
Well, and there's what we can see is the beginning of the newer bike bridge. Bike pedestrian bridge there yeah, that's it. But there's a channel underneath, and I know during the wet season, that's how you used to get across the freeway on your bike underneath that. But in the wet season, you couldn't because the water was high enough. But I never saw it cross that. So anyway, I think that's a problem that needs to be solved as this ordinance goes forward, because it's not a realistic treatment of that group of properties, which, like I said, I think is the only one on the bay side. When we look at the area on the other side of Foothill, actually, before I talk about that, let me just say, I think this has to come back to us. I don't think we can split up the rural from the urban because it's all in one ordinance. And what I'm kind of seeing is sometimes when we're talking about the rural, something triggers about the urban and vice versa. So I think we have to keep it together. And I think it needs to come back to us. And when it comes back to us, to illuminate this discussion of 1 acre or not, I think you should take that map, which I thought was very interesting, and overlay it on an aerial. Because while I was sitting here, after I looked at that map, I looked at the aerial, and while if this were vacant land, waiting for development, maybe 150 feet, you could work around it on some parcels. Some parcels you clearly can't, but it's not, right? I think when we do that overlay, what you'll see is there are houses in that 150 feet, tennis courts, pools, all kinds of stuff. And there, this is the headwaters basically of Adobe Creek. It's very small. It's a very small, it gets bigger as it goes through Palo Alto and collects more water. And so I think that the 1 acre makes a lot of sense. I think, and I think that graphic will demonstrate that. I don't like I don't want to kind of just do some kind of compromise to pick a number between 30 and 150. And I don't want to impose on people in this situation the burden of going through a variance procedure for which a biological study is only one cost. There's you have to get consultants to prepare the findings for the variance. You have to pay an application fee. But I'd like to see that when it comes back. Let's see. And then just finally, a couple of minor comments on the ordinance itself, that other than the things we all have been talking about. In this language I just read on packet page 36 about, it says, or paved public trail or service road wider than 10 feet. I think that should say, or paved public trail or a service road wider than 10 feet, because the service roads, a lot of them are not paved. Like I think of the water district roads along the creeks, I think those are gravel. And so, but nothing grows. And so that should be exempt too. On package page 37, FC toward the bottom of the page, existing riparian vegetation, including woody riparian vegetation, shall be retained to the maximum extent possible. Well, I never like that that because the maximum extent possible is just leave it, right? That's the no project result. And so I think we need to work on that. Let's see. Yeah, that was the last one. So extensive comments, but I do think we're heading in the right direction. I think this has been a robust discussion, and I feel like we are getting closer to something that should work. Thanks.
Vice Chair Chang.
Okay, so I just wanted to push Commissioner Heckman on why, like, I think it's fine for things to be rendered legal, non-conforming, because if the goal of this ordinance is to not make things worse, then what we really want to be controlling is new construction. And so the problem seems bigger than it is when we talk about 700 and how many? 783 parcels being affected in the urbanized area because most of those are existing homes. They're probably limited. I mean, many of them will be limited by FAR as it is. And so, um, as currently crafted, at least, the ordinance was clear about this not applying unless somebody is trying to push the development closer to the stream, which is exactly what we are trying to uh like we're trying to preserve things as is. We're not trying to take things away. So I'm just trying to reframe this a little bit. We're not trying to take things away. We're trying to preserve things as is and not worsen a situation, which is probably conservative as it is because the situation in terms of erosion, et cetera, for those non-channelized areas is worsening. We know that climate change is increasing flooding, and we've seen in the the most recent floods, a bunch of trees just collapse into things like Adobe Creek, into Matadero. I've seen sections um, in Palo Alto for Adobe and in Matadero. I was actually in Menlo Park, but we are just as vulnerable to that. And so it makes good sense from a safety perspective to not have people build closer. So having things not legal, non-conforming, I don't think that's a problem because it's not a taking. People can continue to remodel, rebuild, and it's actually fairly generous with respect to this ordinance because they can fill in corners, right? So as long as the leading edge is not closer to the stream. So I just wanted to reframe to say that that part of it is not necessarily a taking. Um, Now, with respect to the landscaping, perhaps that's an issue. Maybe with the patio, perhaps that's an issue. But it also may make good sense not to build closer. So I think we might need to look at that a little bit more carefully. Second, I wanted to bring up one comment that I think might have gotten lost in the shuffle that I think also makes a lot of really good sense, which is I think it was brought by the Sierra Club, where they said to not have trails on both sides of a stream. I think that makes really good sense and might be something that we could quickly add in. And so other than that, would, I support the chair's idea that we can modify from where we are, except that it's getting pretty late, so I'm not quite sure how far we will get. Um, Finally, I do think that we can split off the rural areas from the urbanized areas. Yes, it is one ordinance. Um, but I just want to that's the part where I really want to see this ordinance be put into effect. Um, and if we are going to continue, I would love it if we could get some agreement at least on the rural section. So if there, I can't see if there's more lights. But I'm ready to make a motion for the
Do it.
rural portion. Do it? Okay, great. So I would like to move staff's recommendation for this ordinance as it applies to the quote unquote rural areas, meaning the areas west of Foothill Expressway and east of 101. And I'm going to move staff's recommendation as it is in the packet with the 20,000 feet rather than with the 1 acre.
I'll second that. It's forced.
How do we proceed, Chair?
I'm about to ask Commissioner Peterson if he'd like to speak to a second, and you if you'd like to speak any further to your motion. Commissioner Chang, or you have any further comment
I
on
think
your
I
motion?
spoke to it earlier, but basically, I think this is the low-hanging fruit. It is also the fruit with the most impact. We have seen projects that come up in open space, and we don't like this. These are the most sensitive areas, and these are the areas that need protection, as highlighted by the comp plan.
Okay, Commissioner Peterson, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes. So I'm swayed by Vice Chair Chang's arguments. One of the principles in engineering is the more complicated an equation is, usually means we don't understand what's going on. And so everything between Foothill and 101 has gotten to the point where I don't know what's going on. I want to see a global model of it. I want to walk through it. That means I really don't understand. I think we need more time, but I would like to see the part of this that is simple. I mean, we've got one area by Adobe Creek that does need a variance. I agree. I think we can take care of that. I mean, Adobe Creek's going to be a tide zone in the next 100 years anyways. I mean, they're going to have to raise the whole freeway through there. So it's clearly a bigger issue. So I got no problem with giving a variance to those lots there. But something like this with the Foothill and the Baylands could almost pass on consent at council. I don't think it's even going to be controversial. So that's why I support this.
So I guess the only question I have for the vice chair is we've heard some pretty good arguments from staff about the sensitivity of the lot size to which the 30-foot setback would apply. And I don't think we have the answers to that. So are we recommending to council to adopt this and trusting that staff will convey the uncertainties to council? Or are we looking for this to stay with us so that we could adjust those sizes at a date uncertain?
So my answer to that is I really think that for those lots, we'd have to go look at them one by one. I think it's a very different, I don't think that it's one number for all of them. And that's not the right thing to do. And it's not that many lots. So again, I could be wrong, but I would have trusted that staff would give us that data because short of going into every single lot and it's not realistic to come up with a number, I don't think. So that's why I kind of stuck with the plan as in the packet.
Commissioner Heckman.
So I won't be supporting the motion. It does not address the concerns of this cluster of properties on the Bayshore side at all. It leaves it to a future question mark. It makes those properties legal non-conforming. And in that Foothill area, Foothill and Arastradero, I really don't think the commission has the information to make an informed decision on this motion without seeing the overlay. I have heard a number of the commissioners tonight talk about the fence issue. Existing fences will become legal non-conforming, and just the concern about, well, any change of materials and you've got to comply. Well, now we're applying that legal non-conforming, those regulations, not to a fence, which is important, but to the house that you have, or the guest house, or whatever. And we don't even know what we're applying it to because we haven't yet seen the overlay. And so I just think it's premature. I also don't know what the council's going to do with this if we do forward only piece of an ordinance. I think they just sit on it and tell us to finish it. And so I don't want to give them half of what they have sent to us. I want to send them a complete package that everything ties together. So I will be voting no on this motion.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Yeah, I really empathize with what you said, and I'm glad you phrased it like that. I will ask staff again, are we going to be able to get some of the refinements or data that we have asked for? I think that's really the question for me is, yes, I want that information too, Commissioner Heckman, but I don't know that we can get it. And we keep asking him. So let me just be more pointed. Is this something that you think you can provide us? Ms. Cha? Or anyone who feels that they could answer that question?
Just to clarify the question, you're talking about data, and there's been obviously quite a bit of conversation this evening. Is that specific to the data that Commissioner Heckman is mentioning about those lots in that specific area that we
His
showed?
concern for this motion is going to apply to any other thing we talk about tonight. This is the very first thing I said on the very first clarification question was, how do we get the data we need in order to recommend this? Because we're seeing the seriousness of these changes reflected in the public comment, and we have to, as part of our public responsibility, justify our recommendations. We don't have the data to justify them. So this is an example. So we have been talking about all the things we're not sure we can do tonight, and we were thinking, well, we can move forward on this one maybe. And Commissioner Heckman's point is, can we? Because we don't have data for this either. So I'm hoping that staff can provide us some glimpse into the future of, if we waited, can we get the information that we need in order to make this decision?
Any further discussion? If not, we will call the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm fading.
Common occurrence here for all of us, I think. I think there's the problems. I don't have a clean answer for you because I think there is some additional data and information that we can provide you. The idea of taking that 150 foot line that we drew on that map, which of course is from the center line, not the top of bank, so it's not precise, and overlaying that on an aerial so you can see where the existing development is. Some of those kinds of things, yeah, we can pull that together. And then there's other parts of the data that you've been talking about and wanting and mapping that aren't within our capacity and budgeting at this point, as we've talked about before, because it is getting really into a level of detail that we aren't resourced for on a citywide ordinance. So
thank you for
it's
that
not
very
clean.
fair answer. I think that is accurate, and that is why I wanted to talk about it, because I don't think we're going to get that. So if that, we have to think about what is the message we want to send to council with our motion. Now, my understanding, and the maker can correct me here if I'm misinterpreting, but we're saying this is kind of the direction you should go, and you probably need more information. We sure do. Is that what you want, or do you want us to say, no, we think we have enough information, go forth?
I think it's a mix of the two.
Fair enough.
I mean, I think, like I said, we could have all the information in the world and then we'd have to pick a number and then it would render like the situation. I think in this situation, I would prefer for it to be fluid because every parcel is going to be different. Um, and so I think it's both that we have enough information and that we don't, and that the information that we don't have is not necessarily realistic to get. And I do think that there was pretty clear direction in our comp plan and given to us by council that like this area, these rural areas are the really important areas. Not to say that the other ones aren't also important, but these are really important and also high impact. And so I just want to get something done on this. I'm not sure that we're going to get to the solution on the rest of it.
I think that the challenge is still, while we have an aspirational goal that is very clear that we want to protect these passageways, these riparian passageways, but we don't know what is going to be affected by these changes other than property rights, right? We don't have anything that we can measure to say, this is the status before, this is the thing we changed, this is the status after. Oh yeah, we know that that thing worked, right? Because we're taking somebody's, anyway. So I think that's a valid point. And I'm wondering if there's something that maybe you and Commissioner Heckman could talk about that would improve this motion so that we could get something that we agree on. Would you be open to talking about that?
Of course, I'm always open to talking, but I'm not in the room again, so I can't figure out what's going on. Some help, please, from the chair.
All right, let me first interject and say Commissioner Peterson has been waiting patiently. I'd like to get his comments and then we'll see what we can work out.
Perfect timing. So I would like to propose a compromise that I think a friendly amendment that protects the properties on Adobe, because I think those are existing properties. I don't think we're going to be doing anything to help those. So that's why, I don't know if we can simply exclude Adobe Creek and the Baylands and just solve it like that, because that takes care of those properties completely. And council will be okay with that. And then on the north of Foothill, I really don't think those are going to be a problem, because if you notice, I don't know if we call them hockey stick lots or flagpole lots, but the driveway, it has that narrow easement, or what, not even easement, but goes right across the creek, which means it's almost clearly a culvert at that point. So I don't think there's going to be like a flood zone or any, like you said, that's a small stream at that point. And I agree with Vice Chair Chang that those lots, each one's going to be an individual lot. And if you turn on the image on that, yeah, you're going to see probably a tennis court over the creek at some point. So I would just let those ride and take care of the Adobe properties. And that would be my friendly amendment, is we just simply exclude the Adobe Creek setback.
So is there an amendment? So I just
Vice Chair, would you accept that friendly amendment?
Well, I think we're still under discussion, but
okay.
Well, we may get there yet, though. Commissioner G.
Just to be clear, you mean the Adobe setback only on the outside of 101? Okay. Do we have a sense of how many, does it cover all the buildings that you want it to?
Chair, if I may ask a clarifying question, I believe when we're talking about the Adobe Creek exception that that Commissioner Peterson has suggested, I want to clarify that we're talking about the two buildings that Commissioner Heckman was concerned about that had the 8-foot wide paved path. A simpler way to accomplish this might be to modify the 10-foot width of the path down to 8.
Yeah, that's what.
Rather than another exclusion.
I was thinking that that's probably simpler.
Yeah, I think that might be the way to go.
I don't even know that you really, I don't know that you really need a width there. Public, private street, paved public trail, or service road. I don't know that you need any width. And that I think totally protects those properties. From the, actually, let me just ask. I'm looking on packet page 36, and that's the slopes. Actually, I'm just noticing now. This is the, oh, except for the slope stability protection. Yeah. So that would work. That would solve that problem. And so I mean, I'm ready to support a motion for those baylands now, if we want to break it into two motions, because I'm still not ready to, and the other possibility is, I think we could call that Foothill Rastradero Adobe Creek area, a discrete area. And if we wanted to limit the 30-foot on an acre or less there, so that we don't worry about all the rest of Palo Alto, I'd also be comfortable with that as a kind of compromise.
I'm not sure I understood what you were saying, Commissioner Heckman. Could you say that again?
Sure. So for example, we identified the stretch along Edgewood as deserving an exemption. And that's an area. So what I'm talking about is we take this area that was showing on the map, which is bounded by Foothill at Rastradero, and it's got Adobe Creek running through it. It's a discrete area. We call that area whatever we want.
Esther Clark. Esther Clark.
Yeah,
right?
The Esther Clark area. And this exception for what parcels, is it smaller than 1 acre? The setback is 30 feet, only applies to the Esther Clark area. And so that it won't apply outside of that area. Because that's the area staff has brought us where it's clearly going to apply. And, just again, looking at Google, it's not just tennis courts, it's houses. There's tons of houses in the 150 feet. But I'd be comfortable with that because I trusted staff. If there was another area where there were a lot of houses on 1 acre, they would have brought that to our attention.
I'd observe that if you limit it to that area, you no longer need to specify the lot size.
Yeah,
I think I'm most concerned actually about the Elwell Court properties, because we shouldn't be building there. We shouldn't be building more there. So is that where you're talking about hundreds of houses, Commissioner Heckman?
No, on Elwell Court, I'm going to guess that's commercial zoning. Those
Yes.
are office buildings.
Yes.
Right. And I don't believe that those are housing opportunity sites, but we are at 150 feet behind an 8-foot paved path. We are imposing riparian requirements and
What's the concern with it being rendered legal non-conforming? They can continue that use.
We don't know that the only reason to make it legal non-conforming is if we think that it best serves the environmental purposes to someday do something different and to impose this burden on them that limits their ability to redevelop those sites. But again, this is on the other side of a path, a paved path. And so generally we've decided that anywhere in our city, if it's on the other side of a service road or a paved path or a public or private street, that's where the riparian impact will end. So
I
this
mean,
is on the other side.
I understand your point about in other parts of the city, but unfortunately, this isn't like other parts of the city because this is like a development that's effectively jutting out into the Baylands. Like, if I could wave a magic wand and make it go away, I would love to do that. Now, obviously, we can't do that because that would be taking some land and rights from somebody. But right now, we allow them to continue their current use, and that's probably one of the most sensitive areas.
Well, I'd be open to hearing a biologist. I know you are apparently a trained biologist, but I don't know if you've studied that land. But if they want to bring a biologist here and explain to us why that was really a big mistake, and by ending that life and removing, because it's all paved, you know, I mean, it's got island landscaping, but it's a parking lot and buildings. Yeah,
Right.
deeper in, it's got the, you know, we've got other public facilities down Bay Shore. So, and those are exempt, right? Those have to comply to the extent practical. And so so we've already relaxing the rules for government. Why are we going to pick on private property owners?
Could you pull up the map again, Ms. Cha?
Yeah, I asked Ms. Cha to share that map because I thought we were talking about those hillside parcels with the 1 acre, but then we switched back to the Baylands.
We did.
So
We
just
jumped
want
back
to
to the
make sure
Baylands.
we're all clear and understanding kind of what we're talking about. I think she's now switched us back to the Baylands for that map. So would you like to look at those smaller parcels just at Arrestradero and Foothill? Or Baylands?
No, I wanted to look at the Baylands one.
Yeah, but
Okay.
right before we leave the image you have, just to orient us. So this is a little bit farther north, and what we're seeing here is this is a city complex, right next to I think that's Matadero Creek, at that location, right? And then as we head a little bit south, we get to Adobe Creek, right?
But if I understand correctly, the ordinance would apply equally to the city properties at Matadero as they would with these.
No, there's an exemption in the ordinance that says the city for all government entity developments, they need to try to comply to the extent it's practical. It's in the ordinance.
Well, I mean, but the city would be presumably doing it for public benefit. I mean, I think that's what I think I would leave it as non-conforming. That's how I would feel about these ones.
Which, and perhaps, given that this is your area of expertise, Commissioner Heckman, it might be helpful for you to explain why it would matter that they would be legal non-conforming. And I believe that would be because of like property sales and it devalue the property or something like that. Or could you maybe clarify?
Well, there are, again, we had the conversation tonight about fences. If you want to make, if you want to replace exactly what's there, then you can do that. If you want to change, if you want to expand, then there are limitations on that. And so it affects the utility of the property. And the only reason we do it is that it somehow would benefit a sensitive environmental area, but we already have this bisector of a paved trail between it and the sensitive creek area. So again, the only real difference is the ordinance was saying 10 feet, and I think that trail is 8.
I think my concern with this is that a 10-foot, I mean, I think my concern with it is that in prior conversations, we were always talking about a trail in a urbanized area. This is a different, animal here. And what we've seen with the housing element is an incredible amount of density going up kind of in the southern area right next to the Baylands, which I never thought was a very good place to put it. The trail is not a big impediment here. I mean, I think it's the argument for treating this differently, but this trail is different from something in an urbanized area because there's no buildings on the other side of it. It's just this one side. So I just don't think it's quite an apples to apples comparison. And I think if we go back to the purpose of the ordinance and the purpose of trying to do these limitations of on these areas is we're trying to not make it worse. And by making a use legal non-conforming, they can continue using it as is, but I wouldn't want to see, you know, a 30-foot building here hulking over the creek. That would really change things there. And this is a natural creek. So I'd like to just continue with it as is and see what happens. I mean, maybe
Is it a natural creek?
on that side, yeah. On that side of 101, yeah, I walk by, bike by all the
Not
time.
there. I mean, some of it is, but this blue part, I remember because that's where the bike would come out, the bike path, right? Bart? So I don't think it's yet naturalized, but shortly past it, it is. But I don't know if that's relevant, but I just wanted to correct that statement because I think this area is a little bit more channelized than you may remember for some few feet. I don't know how long.
Maybe for a few feet, but I think we just need to, I mean, right, there has to be probably some construction there just because it's gone under the freeway. But after that, I would keep it as, I think I would keep it as is. I'd like to continue forward. I mean, maybe I don't have the votes here, but the creek is natural there. There's reeds that go up there. I mean, I
know. I was there every day for 5 years.
Right. So then you know. So I mean,
I believe it goes 20 feet one direction and then it doubles back because that's how you get up from the underpass, the prior underpass.
Yeah.
I do have my light. I was hoping I could speak.
Yeah, in fact, we have several lights. Commissioner Peterson.
I'll happily take my turn. Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson is next.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, I'm pretty sure that's an irrigation ditch. Because that's a straight ditch. That's not a natural meandering tidal that would have been natural for this region. That's somebody's agricultural ditch that they were using to drain South Palo Alto at one point. So, you know, and it has a levee there, which is undoubtedly what they dug out and piled up next to it. So it's already, you know, and it's on the edge of a commercial area. So it's not like it's going to be restored or anything. It's already kind of established that is commercialized land with the levee. Everything past the levee, and I would say even the city facility. I'm not sure what it's doing out there, but that's a different discussion. And so it seems fair enough to just set this one aside and then we can move on. We can protect the baylands, we can protect the
Am I correct? Like this is Adobe Creek. I've done like 4 or 5 creek cleanups there. And it's a big deal there. Like it's not levied.
That's
I
what the
remember
bike
getting,
path's on, isn't it?
but we're talking about so you know there might be 20 feet or the first section, but we were talking about that whole section of the entire development. It actually unfortunately goes quite deep into the baylands.
Where does it turn into Mountain View on the back of that lot?
I don't think it does.
Because
I
the
don't know.
right side of that lot is Mountain View, isn't it? The border with Mountain View?
Through the chair.
Ms. Armour.
It's San Antonio Road. That's that's the boundary.
Thank
So
you.
the Home Key project, that's on the edge of the Palo Alto side.
Are you done?
So, yep. And then, sorry, we have Commissioner G next and then Commissioner Tim.
Just trying to move on.
Good, go ahead.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you. I apologize for jumping my turn. I'm trying to figure out where we do have agreement because I think that was the original intent of this motion. So do we want to adjust the scope so that we can pass a motion? Because I think we've gotten really distracted here. Generally, I think the reason that we're not able to complete the requested direction or recommendation tonight is because of property ownership and making sure we understand the value proposition or cost. So if that is happening in this section as well and preventing us from making a motion, is there anything we can do to adjust it so we can move forward? Or do you seriously just want to cut bait and just see how it lands? Is that?
To whom are you addressing the question?
I am addressing that to Vice Chair Chang.
I'm just tired. I think I want to just continue. Like, I think I stand by kind of like the purpose of having this ordinance, and we're trying to not do additional harm. And so I thought it was pretty clear cut within these areas, and I understand
What kind of
that
harm are you trying to prevent? I think both of you have brought up harm.
additional environmental damage. So I would like to
Is
see.
it causing damage right now?
No, that's why I think we leave it as is. Like, it's allowed to continue as is with the current use, which would then become legal non-conforming.
But I think, well, I think that the position that has been offered as another lens on this is that moving forward in this would create new harm to the property owners.
I understand that, and I think that in this case, the balance is appropriate. I'm not so sure that the balance was, as currently written in the ordinance is appropriate for the urbanized areas. And so that's why I was making this motion. So I would like to see where it lands. I mean, I understand also your admirable desire, Commissioner Templeton, for getting consensus on things, but if we don't get consensus, I always think that that's actually really good information for City Council as well. So I'd like to see where we end up on this, and then.
That's certainly something you can do. I guess I want to just say that sometimes when we're tired, we're not able to reach consensus.
Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like I'm persuaded by Vice Chair Chang's comments about the future uses. In that case, right now, with it being legal non-conforming, we expect it in the future to kind of potentially move in the direction that we want, which is to have less development there. So I am interested in the current motion.
All right, well, I think we have a motion on the table, and we need to resolve that. Depending on how it lands, we may yet have another. And we may yet have other advice to pass along to staff in any case. All right, so can we restate the motion and then have a vote? So Vice Chair Chang, as the maker, would you mind doing the restating? Make sure it's accurate.
Sure. Actually, can I ask staff for a favor to see what they've captured? Yes, thank you.
I'd be happy to restate it. So what I have captured in my notes is the motion by Vice Chair Chang was to recommend staff's recommendation for the rural and open space and Baylands areas as provided in the staff report. And so that is allowing a reduced setback for lots under 20,000 square feet, not the 1 acre discussed at this meeting. There were a few amendments that were recommended, but I do not believe either were accepted. And so if that is different, then Vice Chair, you can clarify that for us.
Thank you, Assistant Ms. Armour. I think that you've accurately captured the motion that's on the table. Thank you.
Very good then. Mr. Tavera, will you call the vote?
Yes. Commissioner Templeton?
Didn't I go first last time?
Oh, okay.
It's okay. My vote will be no.
No. Commissioner Peterson?
No.
Commissioner G?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Heckman? No. Vice Chair Chang?
Yes.
Chair Aiken?
No.
Motion does not pass.
Would
4-3.
Would anyone care to speak to their no votes?
Quick correction to the record. I believe that was a vote of 5-2.
Oh.
5 no and 2 in favor.
Sorry about that.
Commissioner Peterson?
Yes, I'd like to simply have the entertain a motion, same motion, but with the exception for the lots along Adobe Creek and move on.
Second.
Oh, wait, I think we're a little premature there. We have a few more comments coming. So let's hold on.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Hold on that for just a little longer. Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I would have spoken to my no vote, but it sounds like if I get a chance to vote on Commissioner Peterson's, that may explain my no vote anyway. So I will hold off.
Any other comments on no votes? I do want to add that I would like to correct the problem with the RE lots, and the motion didn't cover that area as well. So if this is something we're really ready to hand off to council, then I would like to see that addressed as well. So that if that factors into the next motion. Oh, pardon me, Commissioner Peterson.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion and include the RE with also the exception for the Adobe lots.
If I may clarify the motion.
I was just about to ask if you would like some. Yes.
Thank you. So I believe what I understood, Commissioner Peterson, that you are interested in recommending the staff's recommendation for the rural open space in Baylands, but that you referenced a exception for the Adobe Creek. Is that a reduction in the width of the pathway to 8 feet?
That's correct.
Okay, I wanted to make sure how we are including that in the ordinance. So the 2 modifications to the language attached to the staff report would be to remove the width of the path or reduce it to 8 feet. Which would you like? Remove?
Remove, yeah.
Okay. So to remove the width of the public path restriction, so any public path, paved public path. And the second, I believe you were indicating that the neighborhood that we discussed at the corner of Arrestradero and Foothill, referred to as Esther Clark, would be allowed to use the reduced stream side setback of 30 feet.
That's correct.
Instead of 150 feet.
Right.
Would one point of clarification, because it was discussed in multiple ways, would it be for that entire neighborhood or just for those that are less than 1 acre?
I think it was for the entire neighborhood because there's just no way it's going to get, because all of them were well over 1 acre anyways, for the most part.
Okay.
Right, it's immaterial for the other lots. So.
Right.
Okay.
We would
So
spend forever figuring each one out.
thank you. So then I will restate, now that I've gotten those clarifications, that the motion from Commissioner Peterson is staff's recommendation for the rural and open space and Baylands areas with, as included and attached to the staff report, with 2 modifications. One is to remove the 10-foot width specification for the paved public path. And the second is to allow a 30-foot stream side setback for the neighborhood referred to as Esther Clark. We'll make sure we're clear on that in the ordinance language.
Can I ask a question about that before we go to a vote?
We don't have a second yet either.
Sorry.
So.
But can I ask a question? Should I wait for the second or should I ask?
Oh, Vice Chair Chang, did you second that?
No, I think I'm confused about the motion, so I haven't seconded it yet.
Okay.
I will
well, let's
second.
get, let's,
Oh, do you want to, I will second for discussion purposes.
very good. Just moved and seconded. Commissioner G, you're up first.
Yeah, I'm wondering if for the Esther Clark neighborhood, it may make more sense instead of setting the 30-foot and the 150-foot to just lump that into the category that we want to discuss potentially at a future time. Since we don't know just like some of the other properties, we don't know exactly the information that we might want to see. So for example, by saying that we should move from 150 to 30, we have it seems like we're choosing that subset to shrink it significantly, while for other neighborhoods, we're not doing that. And so I think that it may make more sense, instead of deciding that 30 is the number for that area, to just continue that portion to a date uncertain with everything else that we may potentially move to.
Or to move that area into the area considered by.
Or to move that area into the area that is considered or quote unquote urban, just because I think staff also said that that area feels more urban. And I think by nature, maybe that characterization makes more sense.
Further questions, Commissioner Heckman?
No, it's an intriguing concept that, if I'm understanding correctly, the vote would be to remove the width issue, which takes care of my Bayside issue. And then would the motion also be to basically geographically treat the Esther Clark neighborhood as part of the urban area, which we haven't really decided how to deal with yet. So if we did that, if we did that as part 2, then as a part 3, the foothill area outside of Esther Clark, I'm comfortable moving forward with tonight. So sort of 3 parts to that, if that was your concept.
So I think I didn't, well, I guess the question for me then would be, by defining that part of Esther Clark as urban, does that make it such that it becomes a shorter setback, or is it just in the category of undetermined right now? If it's undetermined, then I'm supportive of. If we want to like set a number to it yet, like I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah, I think it would be undetermined, because just as we have found the Edgewood neighborhood needing less regulation in wrestling with the urban area, which will now include Esther Clark, we may find that that area needs a little more regulation, but maybe not as much as the rural area next to it. So it's an open, the way we would do this, it would still be open.
Okay, with that, then I am supportive of the 3 subcomponents that Commissioner Heckman had mentioned, if Commissioner Peterson is okay.
Yeah, of course. I think that's great.
Do we restate that?
All right, can we restate?
Yes.
All right. To restate the motion, have we accepted a modification to exclude that? Okay, just confirming that. Okay, with the modification proposed by Commissioner G, the motion is now accepting staff's recommendation for the rural open space and Baylands areas with 2 modifications. 1, removing the 10-foot widths for the paved public paths and roadways, minimum width. And the second is to exclude the Esther Clark area from the hillside area, that neighborhood, such that it will be part of the urban areas that we will discuss at a future meeting.
Yes, that sounds good.
Is the seconder?
I do. I have one. I think you've accurately stated it, but I have just a question for us to think about. So by adopting this part of recommending this part of the ordinance, are we recommending, for example, the 3 findings for an exception that would apply in the hillsides, in the rural areas, in the Bayside. I think we are, and I don't know, I guess I'm troubled because for the reasons I expressed in some speakers, I don't know that we're ready to do that.
I think what he means is on packet page 38, there's a set of exceptions that the finding, in section H, the general finding subsection 1, that if we were to adopt the motion as is for the rural areas or the non-urban areas, that we would potentially have to accept the written language as provided on packet page 38. And I'm not sure Commissioner Heckman is comfortable with it as stated.
Can we just strike the parts that we hate, like the no reasonable alternative or whatever?
We could, but I think we would like maybe a more learned approach to that. So I'm wondering, I mean, I do feel like we are getting consensus here on some aspects, and I'm wondering if that can be enough for tonight, is to somehow establish that without recommending the ordinance go forward, because we're going to come back and talk about the urban area and Esther Clark.
Yeah, I'm coming to the same conclusion. I had hoped that we would be able to do that for the urbanized area as well, but I don't think we can tonight. But yes, your observation strikes me as correct, that we can't quite make it. Commissioner Peterson.
Just want to understand, we're talking about section G, correct? H. Okay. Yeah, that's complicated enough. Okay.
That's right. I was just about to ask that very same thing.
Okay, so I go ahead and I formally withdraw the motion.
Does the seconder need to participate in that as well?
I agree.
Yeah, that was a good attempt. All right, so I think we're left with continuation then. So do I hear a motion to continue to a date uncertain?
I just have a quick question. Is there anything we could do with what we have already? There's no, right? Because there's just no way to make it. Ms. Armour?
Thank you for that question. I think the conclusion that the commission has come to is that it's just really difficult to pull out any part of this without really moving it all forward, since it was written not as modifications to the existing code, but as really rewriting it to try and clarify and do it in a holistic way. What I would ask from a staff perspective is that we get as much specific direction as possible. For example, in the urbanized area, while there wasn't consensus about what should be done, it seemed like there was some general support for a 25-foot stream side setback. And so some of those, and any specifics as to what you would like staff to come back to. I know it's getting late, but that's pretty important if we're going to provide you the information you need and the revised language that you need for next time.
And that's one of the things I had hoped to do. I've got lists here from various public comments and also comments from commissioners tonight. I don't know that I can adequately combine them on the fly, but we could try proposing a few and taking straw polls to see what people are thinking.
May I ask to what end? Are you going to create a new packet, or like we're just continuing, right? We're not going through everything we did tonight again.
So to bring the commission an item based on it being continued with new information, it would be really helpful to get direction based on the discussion this evening. So there's you know, we mentioned
That
it.
part I understand. What I'm really is a procedural question.
And I think it's a question for the Planning Commission, Planning Transportation Commission. Is there more information or revised ordinance language that you would like to see? Or do you just want to continue the discussion with the information you have?
There are things I think we probably could resolve. There are a few that will require more discussion. But just for example, does Edgewood deserve a special exemption? I think there's general agreement on that. Should new fencing in the slope stability area require the exception process? I don't know that we'll come to agreement on that, but it would be interesting to get a sense of where people
New
of
or
what people think.
replacement fencing.
I think, well, my understanding was the replacement fencing was already adequately covered, but anything that would be considered new would be the.
Chair, I like your idea of a few straw polls, and that could be one of them, just to sort of take our temperature and you know, if nobody's interested, then that tells staff something. If a majority of the commissioners are interested, then, you know, staff can come back with some elaboration on that.
Okay, so I'm happy to run through this list. It won't take too long, assuming we can do each poll quickly. Is everyone content with that? Given that we have one commissioner remote, do we need to call roll on this, or is a show of hands going to be viable? Given that it's not
a straw poll, so I think a show of hands is viable.
Okay. All right. So the existing language includes an exemption for Edgewood, so I think that's covered. New fencing in the slope stability area should not require Director of Public Works approval or a slope stability study. Two cases. First case on Edgewood. So is there agreement with that statement?
So we're raising our hand if we're in agreement. Is that correct?
Yeah, let's raise hands if you're in agreement that new fencing in the slope stability area should not require Director of Public Works approval or a slope stability study. And case number one on Edgewood, I would say yes.
We're saying no slope, no, just clarifying, I understand, no slope stability study required on Edgewood.
For a new fence.
For a new fence.
In the slope stability area.
Yeah. So raise your hand if you agree. Okay, I can understand.
Okay, I think I saw. Yeah.
Commissioner Chang has her hand up. I'm just really tired and I don't want to do this, so I'm not voting.
Okay, that's.
And it doesn't mean I don't agree with this, but like my ability to cognitively function is done.
I think abstaining is a perfectly good option. Okay, so did we actually get a number for you on that, or do we need to repeat?
We got 4, which is enough to show commission momentum, staff momentum that.
Right.
Look at
5, me too.
No, you are 4.
Oh, okay, sorry.
All right, and the second case is should new fencing in the slope stability area, should not require Director of Public Works approval or a slope stability study outside of the Edgewood area. All in favor, raise hands. Okay, I see 0 there. The 5-foot fence setback from top of bank should not apply in the Edgewood area. Yes or no? Okay. How many did we get? I should start doing the counting myself. All right, could I repeat? I know. To make the next.
I'm not, it's not. Sorry, Chair, and for the record, I just want to say that, like, these are things that we haven't discussed, and we need to discuss more, and we need to do that and vote then, and I don't want to vote now.
May I make a suggestion?
Please.
For consideration? Chair Aiken, if you have a list of topics, maybe providing that list as topics that should be listed out in the staff report for the next meeting as discussion topics with any specifics that you heard, and then it leaves the discussion of it till that date.
We could do that. If that's more efficient for everyone, then I will collate that so that it's a little more organized and send it to you. All right, so that leaves the formality then, which is to continue to a date uncertain. I move that we continue this item to a date uncertain. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Yep,
Mr. DeVetto, could we have a vote?
Yes. Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yep.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Egan.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
I did have one question about that. I have some additional information that I might be interested in having staff look at. I would just plan on emailing as well, if that's okay.
Yes, please. We would welcome any thoughts, questions. Please mail them in. You can email them in to me or to Sam, or if you have the project planner's email, Kelly, you can send those in. Those are all very useful, and there may be additional information that we can share with the PTC as a whole once we do get this rescheduled in the future.
Very good. Well, at least we got a lot of great public comment and good analysis on the part of the commission. So with luck, we'll nail it the next time. Thank you, staff, for all the work that you put into this. And we probably have not said it enough that it is continually improving. So we'll get there. All right, so it is time to move on to item number 4, approval of draft summary and verbatim minutes for July 9th, 2025.
Move approval as revised.
Second.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chang,
Yes.
Chair Aiken.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Any quick commissioner questions, comments, or announcements? If not,
I have something.
Commissioner Templeton.
I want to say how I really appreciated how collaborative we were tonight, because everybody still has our different views and perspectives, and we all tried to work together on something that's really important. Thanks.
Much appreciated. I have a couple of quick comments. Yesterday, there was a roundtable with board and commission chairs and vice chairs and the vice mayor and mayor. This was a very interesting kind of freewheeling conversation. Everyone got a chance to meet the people that they haven't met. The vice mayor was particularly interested in improving onboarding and council relationships with the boards and commissions. And the mayor was particularly interested in opportunities for the commissions to team up and share expertise. And for us, there is good opportunity with the ARB to do that sort of thing. So we're working on some proposals for those things. And I hope to have some more specific information on that in the next month. But some of this we will talk about at our upcoming retreat. So you'll get feedback on that, a chance to provide feedback at that. And don't forget the boards and commissions recognition event tomorrow. Any other comments? Vice Chair Chang. You're muted.
Sorry, it's late. It's 1:20 a.m. I have a little bit of a public service announcement in line with what Commissioner Templeton started talking about at the beginning of this meeting. So there's a volunteer opportunity. They're looking for, I think, 1,000 volunteers a week for Track Watch. So if you are interested, I've signed up. You can email trackwatchpaloalto, one word, @gmail.com.
Commissioner G, did you have something?
Last week was the first meeting of the San Antonio Community Advisory Group. I can't always remember the name. Saw Ms. Armour there. And it was the first meeting, I think, for the next 3 years. We just mostly got to meet. But I think one thing that was really helpful was meeting the stakeholders there, as well as there was somebody from Parks, somebody from ARB. So I think that was really nice to be able to build some relationships, as well as with the community members there as well. Nothing particularly of substance so far, first meeting.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone from the public who sat through this long process.